All right, good morning. This is Friday, February 11th, and this is the Land Use and Sustainability Committee meeting. I'm honored to chair the committee, along with my vice chair, Mark Samuelin, and my colleague, Commissioner David Richardson. Apologize for the late start, but we will try to be efficient this morning. Just some housekeeping. A couple of things we're going to take out of order at the request of some folks that need to be elsewhere later on in this morning. So I'm going to take items 12, 16, and 20 first at the request of Joe Gomez, who needs to be down at the county. Is Joe, you here?
Yes, sir. Okay. Mr. Chair, it's actually items 12, 16, and 19.
Okay, thank you for that. 12, 16, and 19. Joe, in any order you want to go.
We'll start in ascending order, sir.
Okay. And what time you got to be out of here by?
We've got an hour, sir.
Okay, let's go.
Okay. Plenty of time.
Welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Director Mooney, and Deputy City Manager Carpenter. Thank you for the opportunity. So today we're going to start with item 12, which is the update to the 5-year critical needs stormwater master plan. Thank you. Okay. All right. Thank you much. Thank you. So we're going to start with item 12. Item 12 is the update to the 5-year critical needs water and sewer master plan. So, as you know, in 2019, the master plan was developed for the water and sewer infrastructure. As a result of that, we developed a 5-year critical needs plan, and today we're going to be reporting to you on some of the projects that have already been completed, some of the projects are in the works, also some of the projects that have impacted the critical needs plan as a result of some of the force main breaks that we've had at Dade Boulevard and how we're handling that. So I'm pleased here today to introduce to you our new city engineer, Cristina Ortega, and our Assistant Director for Infrastructure, Mariana Evora, who will be presenting on these items. Ladies? You're going to have to use this.
Can we have the presentation, please? Okay. Yes, it's on, yes. We just need the presentation placed on the screen if possible. So, Mariana Evora, I am Assistant Director of Infrastructure from the Public Works Department. And we're going to give a brief update on our 5-year critical needs plan for water and sewer. And as soon as I get the presentation up, we'll get started.
All right, we'll wait till the presentation's up. Can't see PJ. PJ, can you open the blind? I can't see you. There you go. Okay. Okay, he says yes. There we go.
There we go.
Thank you.
PJ, if you don't mind going to a couple slides down. So I'm going to start with a brief history and background of our infrastructure system, right? Water and sewer related. We are a volume sewer customer of Miami-Dade Water and Sewer Department. Next slide, PJ, please. And that means that we purchase the water from the county, and then we redirect our sewer back to them for treatment and disposal. But everything from that entry point to that exit point, we own. Next slide, PJ, please. We have an aging critical infrastructure, as you can see in some of those pictures. This infrastructure is absolutely critical for the health and safety of residents, visitors, and of course the environment as well. And not to mention that it is absolutely necessary to maintain the well-being of our economy. Next slide, PJ. As mentioned by Joe, in 2019, we completed 25-year master plans for both water and sewer renewals. And in March of 2020, our commission approved the implementation of the first 5-year critical needs from these 2 master plans. Next slide. Okay. And I'm now going to show you a few of the examples of some work that has been done in the last 5 years. Next slide. In total, we have completed approximately 20 projects. Those 20 projects are worth approximately $43 million in construction. And the following slide will shows a few of the improvements that were done in the last year. Next slide, please. These are just some of the improvements we did in 2021. It's pressure pipe replacement, installation of odor controls to reduce the nuisance to residents, and installation of valves that will give us facilitate the division's ability to respond to emergencies. Next slide, please. So the next couple of slides will show you the list of projects that this commission approved for both water and sewer improvements. Next slide, PJ. This is the all the water approved projects. The check marks represent projects that are at this moment are at some stage of either design and permitting, construction, or that have been completed. Marked in red are projects that have been completed. In blue, projects that are in design or permitting. And in yellow, projects that are right now in construction. The next slide shows the sewer improvements for this same work, right? To this date, we have awarded $5 million in design fees to our consultants. Those $5 million equate to approximately $50 million worth in construction. That's kind of within industry standards where we want to be. Design fees want to stay around 10% of the estimated construction cost. Next slide, PJ, please. Now I'm going to present you a couple of ongoing projects. One of them is our automated metering infrastructure that's currently under implementation. You can see in the before and after photo, it's before we had our regular meters, and now the after shows a little antenna on the lid of the meter box, and that's what sends the signals back to us, right? We have installed right now 350 meters. These meters have been fully tested and integrated with our billing system, so we don't need to go out there to read these meters anymore, right? We're beginning our mass deployment for all meters starting March of this year, and we're estimating that 1,000 meters will be installed a month until the project is completed mid-2023. The little dashboard on the right side of the screen shows you what our customers will be able to see once they create an account and so forth through the system. This will help them visualize their consumption and even detect leaks within their system. Right? This will increase our accuracy in our reads, in our billing, therefore increasing our revenues. Next slide, PJ. Lastly, I wanted to show you another of the projects that we just finalized contracting with 3 major contractors here in Florida. We signed those contracts right now in January, and this contract gives us the ability to do rehabilitation work to existing sewer system, especially related to the gravity sewer system, collection system, pipes, structures, and manholes, right? The best thing about this contract is that it's a trenchless technology. That means that most of the work will be done without having to perform excavations, minimizing the impact to traffic, residents, and so forth. Next slide, PJ, please. And now I'll leave you with Cristina Ortega, who will present a little bit on how our plan is evolving.
Thank you, Mariana. Good morning, all. My name is Cristina Ortega. I'm the new city engineer. So I know your request had been to give you an update that Mariana did a great job of showing how our approved plan has progressed. We've had a lot of breaks that have occurred we've had some changes to our priorities that we wanted to come here and discuss and present to you today. As we're mentioning, can we get the next slide, please? As you may be very well aware, we have been experiencing a lot of breaks in our sewer pipes. In particular, and I know it may be hard to see, but we're showing up on this slide 2 areas that have been particularly hard hit by these breaks, and that includes the area of Dade Boulevard and the Sunset Islands. In Dade Boulevard in particular, we've had 6 breaks actually to date, with the latest one just occurred 2 weeks ago. This one, the pipes are not as old, but they're metal pipes and they have been hit by the saline environment that we're in, which shortens the expected useful life of these assets.
But when you say, pardon me, when you say they're not as old, I'm looking at the slide here. How old are they?
So these are between mid-70s and 80s. So, relative to other pipes, like for example, in the Sunset Islands, the Suvakias pipe was installed in 1956.
Yeah, because that's why
and
I asked.
that one in
consider that old.
particular,
Yeah, okay.
That one had been identified as a high priority for replacement, and we were when the breaks occurred, we were already moving forward with the design for that.
Because
for
the
that
folks at home may not be
replacement.
able to see this. I don't know how it's blown up, but sort of the upper right quadrant, the
Yes.
numbers 1, 2, and 3 breaks.
Yes,
Those pipes are from 1956, so I consider that old. And
Exactly,
but I didn't see
exactly.
Down here, you're
In
talking
comparison-
about the 70s and 80s. Yeah.
Exactly. In comparison to the one on Dade Boulevard, which was not originally identified as perhaps that area as our top priority, but since we've had all these breaks in the past year, that moved right up on our list, and we declared an emergency. We procured a design-build team to replace this section of pipe as soon as possible. We're expediting the purchase of materials and everything else. As you're aware, this is a significant inconvenience to our residents. It's an environmental issue, and we're bound by our regulators as well, who are imposing deadlines for us to get this work done as soon as possible. So as you can see, we have there, significant unforeseen additional costs to our critical needs, if you would.
Let me just stop you for
Sure.
a second. Colleagues, what do you want to? This is your item, Commissioner Salmon. I have a lot of questions, and we got a long meeting today. Maybe we do a brief discussion today and then table it for a longer discussion. But yeah, these are critical in my opinion. I'll just speak for myself.
Absolutely.
Critical. They need to be addressed. So then I'm thinking like timeline and money and the procurement process. To basically put our team in a position to be successful, so that they're not emergencies when these things happen.
Absolutely.
What's the procurement process to streamline it quick, so you don't have to come back and get approval from us, and then to now start planning to get ahead,
Absolutely.
because we know these things are breaking. We want to get ahead of it, not create an emergency, and I'm sure this is why you wanted to talk about it.
Absolutely. If I may, Mr. Chair. First off, I think this is absolutely critical. I 100% agree with your comments. And my sense is that that view is shared on the dais. Let me just tee up a few questions. And firstly, congratulate you on your new roles. Very important, and wish you all the best and much success. I guess first, I want to talk about Dade. I know it's significant. I've seen Joe out there doing this stuff. So we need to fix that.
Absolutely.
So my first question is, in rough terms, when are we sort of going to start to fix, if I could use that term, and when will we be done?
So we have a design-build team that has already been contracted to do the work. They're progressing the design in an expeditious manner, and we're expecting to break ground, I believe, in May or sooner. We're trying to expedite the purchase of materials and as much as we possibly can to break ground as soon as possible, get these, it's 3,600 linear feet of force main that will be replaced, and the installation will be done using horizontal directional drill. The intent is, instead of doing an open cut this entire roadway, that we will use these trenchless technologies to minimize impact to the community as much as possible, considering.
And rough time frame to finish?
And rough time to finish, we are bound to complete the work within a few months, but no later than the first quarter of next 23.
Okay, great. Now, you had a budget, you had priorities, you inserted this, so something got taken out. So tell us about what got bounced and what we might do about that.
So, yes, the priorities have shifted. We're in the process of the budget cycle and about to submit our plan for these additional needs and additional requests for funding to cover those without addressing those other high priority items that have been identified. So the plan, if we could, is to get it all done. But yes, absolutely, this came to the very top of the list, and everything else, will shift accordingly if we do not get the additional funding too.
Okay, I'll come back to that in just a second.
Sure.
And we're having some spirited conversations about West Avenue and Phase 2. Can you give me an estimate, and maybe it varies by section, when were those sewer pipes installed on West Avenue? How old is that infrastructure?
I believe it varies.
The gravity sewer is citywide is pretty old. A good portion of it has not been replaced.
So that would be roughly when?
We have a pipe as old as 1930s.
So just to be clear, parts of West Avenue have sewer from the 30s?
So part of West Avenue definitely includes as part of our 5-year critical needs, it points out the need to replace gravity sewer within West Avenue. Not rehab, actually replace. Because it's just well beyond the useful life.
Okay, that's helpful, and I don't want to take up too much time. I would like to see some follow-up, particularly on the sewer, the replacement, what that timing is. I just, I see those images from other cities, and we feel bad about what's happening to them. I see, Joe, you're out there with your polo shirt, out in Dade Boulevard, and I'm just really concerned about that. But here's my punchline. What do we need to do, citywide, not just West, not just Dade, to minimize risk? What do you all need? Is it extra funding? Is there something we can do? Is that something you want to think about? Because I believe, colleagues, we need to do more faster here, and I want something from the city on how to go. That's sort of my headline.
If I may, on our end, the city has done the assessment and the planning. So we do have a plan and a list of projects that need to move forward. We are progressing our plan. Again, some of these breaks happen where they were not expected to, or they're happening sooner than we would anticipate. And we are, again, progressing that list of projects that have been approved. But the planning process was done, the assessment was completed, the city, the hydraulic modeling effort of both the water and sewer systems, a very in-depth evaluation and master planning efforts. So the roadmap to get the work done is there, and we're moving forward with implementing these projects that have been identified. Some of these, as you see, again, we've seen some unexpected breaks, and we're addressing those additionally, in addition to our plan.
Commissioner, just so you know, we aggressively pursue all grants available for water and sewer. We've been somewhat successful in getting some grant monies from the state. We're going to continue to do that. Obviously, we're monitoring the infrastructure bill as well. How that will.
Can we put a microphone up here, or do you have another microphone, or? Okay.
If you want to step in here, Joe.
No, it's working, but I use the whole
In addition to that, as I said, the infrastructure bill, obviously, we've got folks looking at it and seeing what options are available for us for additional funding. So obviously, we've got a plan in place. If there is more additional funding, obviously we can move on more projects. But we have a plan in place right now. We're moving with the projects that are funded. Obviously, the Dade Boulevard was an impact to that, but it is funded again, and we're moving forward with it because it's a critical element of our plan.
Let me ask a couple of questions if I could. So on the one slide where you have 1.2 million unforeseen additional costs, is that money you need in addition to what has been budgeted, or so how are we taking care of that? Are we bumping another item off the list for now so we can take care of this critical need? So we're reprogramming about $1.2 million unless we can find another 1.2. So I think what I'm hearing is you would like us to find another 1.2 million so that you can keep the list the way it was, right? Is that right?
That is correct. That is correct. And we've recently put together our funding request plan for the next fiscal year and the next 5 years, which includes this information about these additional needs that have occurred. And I don't know, we didn't get to it, but our next slide is a bit of good news where we've received the intent to award approximately $22 million in funding. Now, that funding is very specific. 14 million of it is for hardening of our pump stations. And that is great news because that's something that we need to do. But it does add additional scope that we were not planning perhaps to address as part of our 5-year critical needs per se. So we have an opportunity, we have more funding, but it does cause some adjustments to be made to our plan. In addition to that, we've gotten this intent to award $7.6 million for citywide gravity sewer main replacement rehabilitation, and this does help our 5-year plan where we have a project to address this need. So, a bit of good news.
So do we, is this funded or we need to find that money? I'm confused about that. This total 22 million.
That's grant money.
It's grant money, so it's going to be funded. Okay.
Yes.
So here's one thing I can suggest. I notice on your charts back where you've got your 5-year plan, one of it, the plan ended in 21, and then the next chart starts in 20. So I'm a little confused if there's any overlap there. So you see, if you look at slide 7.
So that
17
one
through 21.
was specifically intended to show what's been done to date.
Okay.
Besides the planning effort that took place in 2018, 2019, 2020, that our team had not been sitting idle. They've been working, they've been hard at work still trying to improve our aging infrastructure. So this is just showing a lot of these projects from 2017, 18, 19, 20 are not part of that 5-year, but those were projects that have been progressing and completed.
Let me.
That's what that is showing.
Do normally, when you do a 5-year plan, I usually see a 5-year rolling plan. So every year that drops off, you add another year. So on page 11, it's years 20 through 24, and we're in 22 right now. So right. Do we have a 22 through 27 chart? Are we working on that?
Absolutely. In fact, our master plan actually covered a 25 period. So we have projects that have been identified Perfect. All the way from 2020 to 2045, and prioritization of all those needs within that time frame.
So, members, one thing that I'd like to see, and maybe we could ask them to come back, is to update, give us a new chart that's 20 2 through 27. And then I would suggest you've got 3 nice columns on the left-hand side with check marks: design, construction, completed, right? So I would suggest adding a new column to the furthermost left and add a funded column, okay? So you'll have 4 columns to say funded, design, complete, construction, and completed. And then you could bring us back a rolling 5-year plan, and then the first thing we got to do is have the funding, right? So that's why I put that in the first column. And I would like to see that so that we can anticipate. And then I'd also like to have the 5 minutes on, what's the next 5 years, not the detailed plans, but from 28 through 30.
The other 5-year horizon.
Yeah, and I would just like to, if you have a rough order of magnitude of how much money you need. Do you need another $60 million? Just very rough. And that's a 5-minute thing. I would like to see that. So that's what I'd like. If we could come back, that would be great. And I absolutely agree that we need to prioritize these 2 items that are causing problems. Are we seeing right now on West Avenue, because that's really old, are we having breaks right now like we are in these on Dade Boulevard?
So I believe the biggest issue that was identified there was gravity pipes, and the more readily visible breaks occur in our pressurized system, because you see this big gushes of sewer water, and that's when we get the phone calls. We go and shut off the pump stations and perhaps replace that piece of pipe that broke. In these instances, we're planning to replace the entirety of that force main. I think in the case of the West Avenue pipes, those are gravity pipes. So there may be, there likely is a lot of leaks, but those are not as readily
because they're not pressure
apparent,
right?
Because they're not pressure.
So in this area, I think I heard you say it's the salinity problem, but the material with the pipe.
In some instances where we're seeing our metal pipes that are impacted by the corrosion severely, and those shorten the useful life of those assets. Whereas what we're doing moving forward is we're replacing those with plastic pipes, which are corrosion resistant and can last us the expected.
Perfect. So, Joe, do you think it'd be reasonable to come back in 2 or 3 months and with this other chart? Is that a reasonable time frame? That would be my suggestion to members.
Out of curiosity, because the pipes that broke were from the 70s and 80s, any sense of why we were using metal, exposed metal over salt water? I mean, that was
it was the technology that was used back then. We went from old cast iron, to ductile iron pipe, and those ductile iron pipes usually have poly wrap around them. What happens over time with the fluctuating water table, the wrapping starts to break apart. You get that water table coming up, hitting the bottom of the pipe, and then it fluctuates down. You get air entrainment. All that causes most of the breaks that we've seen, I think, if not the majority of them, are all breaks on the bottom. Mm-hmm. And you also see the thickness of the wall pipe is actually reduced over time because of the pressurized and then the corrosion that's happening in the pipe. So that's why we're going to the plastic technology, which is much more durable.
Did the plastic technology not exist 40 years ago?
It started being properly used probably, I would say, in the 1990s, thereabouts, when we started using PVC C900 for water and HDPE for sewer. So that's moved. That has happened really in the last 20 years.
And what's the useful life, do you think, of the plastic?
Oh, goodness. I mean, 50, HDPE is 50 years.
Okay.
Yeah, and then when you do a reconstruction project, usually the useful life is about 30 years. So you're definitely well within, and sometimes they can last longer. Okay.
Yeah, just one thought. I'm fully supportive of what Commissioner Richardson said. I think we're in vehement agreement. The only thing I would add, just by way of color, is to continue to share with us sort of the base level plan, but, present us with options to go faster and show us what that looks like, because I just, for myself, and I sense for my colleagues, really want to minimize these risks. And I know it's a funding issue, but that's what we're here for. And by the way, I think we're at land use, but I also think this group looks sort of familiar from a finance perspective. Yes. So it's the same group, and I have just great energy to try and accelerate and minimize risk. So if that was in the form of a request or motion, I second it.
So, Commissioner, to be clear, what we'll do is present a base level plan, and then a plan that accelerates and show you the difference in cost associated with that.
That'd be great.
Okay.
Joe, when would you like to come back? April or May?
3 months.
So May. So this will be continued to the May Land Use Committee.
Excellent. Thank you.
So does that conclude this item? You guys are
That
done with your
concludes this item.
presentation?
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
All right, thanks. And so, Joe, I think you're going to keep going to
16.
item
I
16?
think
Is 16
this was
the same?
an update that Commissioner Samuelin had put in the agenda to get an update on the Venetian Causeway project.
You want to present?
Yeah, sure. Let me just say 2 words about this. This is about the work that the FDOT and the county is doing on the actual bridges of FDOT. We received correspondence, and I believe it was included in the item, from all the resident associations there. That's Belle Isle, that's the Venetian homeowners, both sides of it. And I believe they had a particular bridge they were interested in. Joe, I know you spoke to Belle Isle last night,
Yes, sir.
but the purpose of this item is to, one, get the couple-minute version of what's happening on all these bridges, clarify what is the ask of these residents, and what might we do.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Samuelin. So I've been in contact with Miami-Dade County, the Department of Transportation and Public Works, which is leading this effort on the bridge replacements for the Venetian Causeway. I spoke to Ryan Fisher, who is the manager for the structure section, and we've been working very closely with him because of our aging infrastructure that's strapped to the existing bridges on the Venetian Causeway. So the county, the PD&E study, and the reason that a PD&E study is being done for these bridges, because other than the fact that they're historic, is because the county is wanting to secure federal funds to be able to do the bridge replacement. The one area where the community wanted the county and DOT to reassess was the replacement of the East Basque Bridge, which is the closest movable bridge to Miami Beach. Since that, the county has committed and they did work out a lower profile of that East Basque Bridge, which also affects 2 bridges on one side and a fixed span bridge on the other side, and 2 other smaller bridges. They've worked with the community at the request of the community to lower the profile so that the access to the spoil islands, which is in between the movable bridge, will still be available to the residents in the community. The county has committed to do that. In fact, they're incorporating that into the final design. So they're moving forward. And as you heard last night from the Belle Isle Association, when they reported, they were happy with the county's direction in going that. The other bridges will all be replaced in kind. The only difference is that the bridges will be slightly higher than the existing elevation, just to be able to make sure that they don't suffer the corrosiveness that they've had, and they will be slightly wider to be able to accommodate the bike lane on the bridges safely. But other than that, they will look exactly the same as the current bridges, which is the historical context of the Venetian. And that was done on the western section, if you recall, a few years ago, when that piece of it collapsed and the county had to declare an emergency and replace all that. That was exactly what the county did. So they're moving forward with this. Mm-hmm. In addition to that, I have also good news to report that the county is working on an emergency repairs to the existing bridges before the replacement comes, using new technologies called fiber carbon wrapped concrete, which is very strong and it can repair damaged structures. And the reason for that is because these bridges are so poorly load rated that they're load rated to the point where it's difficult to even get construction vehicles onto the islands. And that's been a point of contention with some of the construction projects that have been going on in the island. So the county's moving ahead with this, and I think they've programmed, or they're in the process of programming $2.2 million to do these emergency repairs, which will also help the construction when they get to the construction of the bridges, and will also help us as we do the subaqueous replacement of our water and sewer mains, which are strapped to the existing bridges, which we have to remove from the bridges because of the new criteria for bridge design.
That's very helpful, Joe. Just a quick follow-up. Approximately when would the design, and I'm going to focus just on that East Bascula Bridge. That's the only one. Everything else, let me just sort of bifurcate and say, on that East Bascula, when would that design approximately be finalized? And in rough terms, when might we see construction begin?
Design will probably, they've already started preliminary design, kind of doing design at risk, knowing full well that the PD&E study was going to be approved. The design of those bridges will probably take about 2 years to complete the actual construction documents. And then at that point, the contracts will be let out. In terms of how they're going to let that contract out, and because of the way traffic will have to be maintained, you're going to have to, on those smaller bridges, you end up cutting half the bridge and then maintaining traffic with two-way traffic lights on the bridge. That will add time to the construction, but obviously you need to provide access to the islands. So, and assuming that all the funding, the federal funding and the county's matching and all that falls into place, if all things were equal and design could officially begin this year. They've started preliminary design, but let's say design begins this year, 2 years design, 2024, and then three and a half years for construction if the construction, accelerated construction. So you're talking about 2027, 2028. Hence the reason for also the emergency repairs on the bridges to be able to at least accommodate some of the construction traffic loading in the meantime, and making sure that the bridges are a little more reinforced.
Yeah. So I sense this is good news because that was the one bridge where we were hearing concerns.
Yes, sir.
My request, colleagues, and then I will yield, is that we have something in writing that we can all stare at and say, okay, that's what the bridge is, and this is what the residents sort of said. So either in the form of an LTC or some checkpoint sooner rather than later, that's my ask, is that we get some confirmation of what Joe just said so the residents can see it. But with that, I yield to my colleague.
Thank you, Chair. Do we have anything in, because this is an FDOT project, right?
It's FDOT at Miami-Dade County, sir.
So do we have anything in writing yet from FDOT? That's where I think we need to get something from FDOT, it seems to me, or from the county.
Officially in writing, providing this update, no. Obviously, I can work with Miami-Dade County to provide an official update, and I think at some point in the near future, they would be prepared to provide this committee and the commission a full update on the Venetian Causeway Bridge.
So what I would like, because I too would like something in writing, but since they're driving the car here, I would like, can you request them to give you a letter?
Yes, sir, I can.
So I would prefer to get that letter first and then attach that letter to an LTC or some communication to us so that we have the backup, because we're not making the decision, and I think it would give us more comfort knowing that they are on board with us. Is that okay?
No, that is okay. I would second that. I would just, as a friendly amendment, let's continue this item for 6 months from now. If nothing's there, I'll just push it out another 6 months in case something develops. But that writing that you described, Commissioner, is what I think we need.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. Perfect.
Okay, Daniel.
Hi, yes, Daniel Serrato with Miami Design Preservation League. It's good to hear there's been an evolution. This is a historic bridge. There's federal funds being used, and it's required to follow all of the guidelines of historic preservation. So I'm sure it sounds good now to hear that they're planning an in-kind replacement, which was not originally the plan. The question I have, we all know, we've seen in the news over the years, those the construction vehicles that are too heavy, that are building a lot of these new homes on these islands. are continuing to really degrade one of our main routes into the city. And I'm just wondering, is there anything else that we could do in this interim, to really alleviate? We know that there's just unfettered development happening in these islands, but we need to make sure that these routes stay safe. So I don't know if there's been any work being done, whether that's a police issue, but maybe for some of this new development, we could require smaller trucks, because we keep hearing from residents that it just doesn't stop, the oversized trucks. And when we're an island, I think we have to be careful about that. So I was curious about any enforcement on that angle. Thanks.
As far as enforcement, I know that our police department is mindful of the load rating situation on the bridges. I know that contractors have been notified, and in fact, they have to seek permission from Miami-Dade County when they're going to drive through the bridge to make sure that their loads do not exceed those load limits, and they have to drive at a safe and slow speed. So I think all the steps are being taken. I will point again out that the county is moving ahead with some emergency repairs using this fiber carbon concrete technology to strengthen some of these bridges, to at least increase the load rating a little bit to alleviate some of the situations that we have out there.
Yeah, Eric.
I know in the past we've reached out to our partners at FHP that actually have the scales. We could do that again and ask them to come out, but we've been in close contact with the county on the load ratings of the bridges, and we're also looking at potentially an alternative that would provide for some passage or minor construction facilitation on some of the vacant lots on the Venetian Islands, so that we wouldn't have to run so many trucks over those bridges.
Good idea.
So we're working on something on that end too.
Okay. Nick, is there anybody on Zoom? Because just let me know.
I will.
Yeah, I think it's a good point. To the extent that people are, violating it, let's have enforcement. But to the extent that it's conjecture, people just, uninformed of what the real load is because they see these trucks coming in and they start calling all of us. So long as we can inform them back that these trucks are legal, they're not putting us at risk. I think that's important too, because I think some of this is conjecture and some of this is factual. But I think so long as we're vigilant to make sure that the trucks that are coming across the bridge are not indeed excessively heavy and pose risk to our infrastructure. If we're vigilant, then we can just give residents the peace of mind that the trucks that are coming through are within legal bounds. Okay, does that conclude this item?
Mr. Chairman, we actually now have one hand up. Michael Fried.
Okay. Michael, you have 2 minutes. PJ, will you let him in?
Michael, I believe you're on mute. Can you unmute yourself?
I'm sorry. Can
Hi.
you hear me now?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning. I want to thank you all for this opportunity to speak. I just want to say that the original FDOT proposal for the East Bascule Bridge was actually conceptually one bridge that went all the way from Belle Island to Revo Alto Island, which was very high. And the issue there was one of lifestyle and maintaining the tone of the Venetian Causeway. Right now, the best part of the Venetian Causeway are the 5 spoil islands we have. The roads run across these islands at ground level. There are no railings. This gives drivers a great view of the bay. It gives pedestrians the perfect view, the chance to wander onto these islands. They're great park-like facilities. I see people sitting on there doing yoga. The plan that FDOT originally came up with had the road raised on the 2 spoil islands next to the East Bascule, which required railings all the way from Belle Island to Revo Alto Island, which effectively eliminated all access to those islands. And their latest proposal shows the railings extending from the East Bascule approximately 20 to 25% onto the spoil islands, which I think is a tremendous improvement. They've said that they're going to try and maintain that, but they can't promise it. And so I'm just hoping that this commission will ask them to maintain as much access to those spoil islands as they can, because those spoil islands are really the 5 crown jewels of the Venetian Causeway. It would be a shame to lose 40% of them. So I'd love to see this commission take the position that we need to maintain access. We need to maintain no railings on those spoil islands. And as long as FDOT can do that, I think it's going to be a great thing to rebuild that bridge. Thank you very much.
Thanks for the comment. Good comments. Does anyone have some follow-up on that? Joe, do you know?
In fact, yes, the profile, as Mr. Fried was saying, was reduced. They're looking at reducing the profile to be able to maintain access to the spoil islands. The railing issue is one that obviously it's a safety issue, but I think DOT is committed to looking at minimizing the amount of railing that's required because of the slightly higher elevation. So there is progress in that area. Miami-Dade County is also committed, since they will be taking over the design of this project. They're committed to working with the neighborhoods and working to make sure that the spoil areas are available to the residents.
Joe, what do we need to do to keep that on our radar? Because the last thing, at least for me, but I think my colleagues agree, wake up one morning and find out it's too late, because, a project in FDOT's hands, they'll do what they want, and then all of a sudden, you really wake up one morning and this is a problem, and then we spend years in litigation trying to undo it. So how do we stay vigilant to make sure they don't do something that we're not going to be happy with?
Great question. From my end, since I'm working very closely, when our team is working very close with DTPW, I can provide updates to you as we work with them on our infrastructure. We're very closely working with them, so we're aware of the changes that are being made. I have an excellent relationship with the structures team at DTPW, so they were able to provide me this update for this committee, so I can come back and update you and continue to monitor the situation. And if you so choose, obviously you can put something in writing that specifically asks Miami-Dade County and FDOT.
Yeah, I'll make the request, and if you all agree, come to us if you see something that you even
Absolutely.
Feel would sort of upset the balance of what's going on, the balance that exists on the Venetian Causeway, something that would be sort of out of scope, out of scale, that you think we need to be aware of and you need guidance on. Please come to any of us or all of us, please. Don't wait.
Absolutely, sir.
So, Joe, have we put anything in writing to the county or FDOT on this issue so that we can memorialize at least what our desires are and where we believe the project is going on this issue?
No, nothing formal, Commissioner.
So would it be possible for the city to write a letter to either the county or FDOT, whoever's taking the lead, and then copy everybody else and say, we verbally have discussed this issue, we want to memorialize those conversations here so that we can have something in writing if we need to have something later to express our views?
My understanding is that FDOT is in the middle of a PD&E, project development and environmental study.
It's just about complete. They're waiting for essentially the record of decision right now on the PD&E study.
Have they got a locally preferred alternative?
The locally preferred alternative is what was submitted for the record of decision, because this is an EIS, environmental impact statement. It has to go through a rigorous process. So the locally preferred alternative is what was submitted to receive the record of decision, Eric. So they're waiting for that decision to come in from FHWA. Once that does, it officially allows the county to proceed forward with final design.
So then maybe we should put some sort of urging to the county, since I don't remember the city being asked for our opinion on a locally preferred alternative. I think we put an urging into the county so that the county is going to take the position that they would like to see a lower scale.
Exactly. So what I would like to see is an expression in writing so that we have a document if we need to, because we've had all these conversations, but then if we get down the road and as the chair said, there's a problem and we have nothing in writing that, and maybe somebody's going to leave their job, whoever you've been talking to on the other side, right? So I'd like to have a document. So unless there's any objection, can we do a letter?
No, if you're finished.
Yes, thanks.
No, I think we're, again, in vehement agreement, which is great. So we want something in writing, and then we want follow-up. I threw out 6 months if there's a different time frame that you'd recommend. Do you need anything from the full body, a statement of urging? Should we move a reso to the full body? I see, Eric, you're nodding a lot. So with that, I will second Commissioner Richardson's motion that we move that urging to the full commission, which could be incorporated, Joe, in your letter. And then second, unless you tell me different, request that we get an update no later than 6 months, but earlier if you so desire. Does that work?
Yeah, perfect. Mr. Chairman? Yeah. Just out of, since I'm the newest guy here, just for my edification, when we issue building permits and approvals in the islands, given this issue with the weight, do we educate these property owners at that time of the restraints on the bridges and the trucks, the issues with the weight?
I don't know that we have a template stamp or anything that we put on the drawings, but please keep in mind that the contractors that are doing the work are required to follow all regulations, including, meeting the county's bridge weight restrictions, and there are permits that have to be issued to any heavy vehicles that are using those bridges. The county bridge engineer has to issue the permit to that specific vehicle.
I just think
to be able
to the chair's point about giving notice before enforcement. And I think enforcement is definitely something important on the weight of these bridges. But I think it's always at the end of the day good to let the property owner know. If these companies may be notified because they got to go through that bridge engineer I think you just mentioned, but if the property owner doesn't know, we should be letting that property owner know that there is this limit on weight and that it may affect their project, because at the end of the day, the person that ends up absorbing the cost of it is a property owner. When it needs to come in 10 different trucks instead of one truck, it's not the company that's paying for it, it's the property owner that's paying for it. And I think we should be letting these property owners know, if anything, at least for a courtesy, that there are these restrictions in place, because they may not know it. So maybe at the time of permitting, because it's going to affect their construction projects, giving them some sort of notification of these weight limits.
Point well taken. We'll talk it over with our permitting team and see how we best notify folks.
I think it's just a nice courtesy.
Agreed.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, there's one new hand up. Herb Frank.
Okay. Herb. A Venetian
yes.
resident.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you. I'm sorry I missed the beginning of the conversation. I had to get called away. But I just wanted to let you know for sure that you would know this, that before anything does get finalized, the Historic Preservation Board and a few other organizations have to approve it, all the plans that are going to be made. So that's another protection that we have to make sure that nothing goes awry. And I know how their opinion is that it's important for our historic designation to be kept, and that's important to them. And so I think we're doing okay. But just so you know that. Thank you.
Thanks, Herb.
Okay. We have one more speaker, Catherine Townsend.
Okay.
Hi there.
Hi.
Can you hear me all right? Okay, great. Thank you for allowing me to be a part of the conversation here. I guess I just, in thinking about drafting requirements around any updates to the Venetian Bridge infrastructure, I think it's really like a crown jewel for Miami Beach that represents the kind of sustainable infrastructure we could have with regard to the bike lanes. It's one of the safest places I feel, one of the places I feel safest riding my bike. There are pedestrians walking across the bridge pretty much constantly. I do think that there's an opportunity to expand on that. So as changes are made to the causeway, it would be really great to incorporate into the requirements some sort of expectation with regard to the pedestrian friendliness of the causeway. So just wanted to note that. Thank you very much.
Okay. Is that it, Nick? Okay.
So this item will be continued to the September 16th, 2022 meeting for another update.
Okay, great.
And then, I'm sorry, if I may, and the urging, Tom, moving to the full commission as well, correct?
Be an R7 reso that will take to the next commission meeting to urge Miami-Dade County FDOT.
Perfect.
Joe, your last item is item number 20 and
19, sir.
19. I'm sorry. Okay. Item 19, and Commissioner Fernandez, this was one that you had put on the agenda regarding storm drain covers.
Yeah, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I think it's an item that perhaps the city has in the past looked into. But I know it's been a while since we've looked into this issue, and it came to mind because I see all the litter in the street, and we have a very good sanitation department, and I know we're working in perhaps in the future fiscal year restoring some of our sanitation staffing to perhaps, depending on how the budget looks, but perhaps to pre-pandemic levels. But notwithstanding that, there is a lot of litter on the street that makes its way into our drains and ultimately makes its way into the bay, and wanted to get feedback if there's any new technology, if there's any better feasibility on how we can handle this issue.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Fernandez. So we did do an update to the Land Use Committee back in October. We've since updated our presentation slightly. I'm going to have Christina Ortega, and one of the most important people in the city that you should know is Stanley Payne. Stanley is our stormwater supervisor. Stanley handles the day-to-day operations of our stormwater system. He's extremely knowledgeable. He's hands-on on our system, so they'll be able to answer any questions. So, Christina.
We do have the presentation slides, if those could come up.
PJ, there we go.
Okay, so if we could move on to the next slide. I know this topic has been presented before, so we're just doing a quick recap. So here's our presentation outline. We're going to talk a little bit about the history of the pilot testing that was previously done on stormwater inlet grates, and some of the conclusions from that pilot study. We're going to talk about our city's approach to debris capture and removal, and overall where we stand with our approach. Obviously, we're always looking to evolve and make things better within our system. So we'll talk a little bit about that too. Next slide, please. And next, we'll do a brief presentation here. Most of you have seen this before, where the pilot testing was conducted, testing 16 grates that were installed along Ocean Drive, looking at two different types of systems. If we could move on to the next slide, please. we looked at stop ocean pollution grades and EcoSense grades, and you can see up on the screen some of the differences between the two. These were placed at the inlets, and next, please. Shortly after that installation, a rain event caused flooding along Ocean Drive, and we could see a lot of clogging of the inlets due to the debris that was captured here. And that is that occurred even though our team was doing daily sweeping of these streets and these systems. I'm going to show you here a series of photos that show what happened. And, you know, the city received a lot of phone calls, service requests, and complaints because of these. And, you know, there was a lot of attempts to try to make sure that we were doing things right, and that could not be, you know, the flooding persisted and the issues persisted. It was not visually pleasant to folks because, again, you had all these debris captured at that point. And I'll present here what we're currently doing in our plans as to how we actually capture that debris and remove it. Our team really does an excellent job of this. Next slide, please. And I'm gonna ask you to run through these because we've got quite a few visuals here. Next, please, where you can see some of these flooding. You can see, you know, with both types of grades, how these were covered by debris, causing the flooding of this area, which is intended to allow all of that water to flow into our collection system. So we're just showing here, again, some of the photos of all these locations and what that looked like.
Just in the interest of time, and if colleagues,
Yes.
you want to keep going through this, you know, in the 6 years I've been here, we've constantly revisited this. What's your recommendation not to do it?
So our recommendation, again, is to continue with our system where we capture all this debris into our bar screens. We have those in both our old generation and our new generation systems. So we do have these bar screens which are cleaned throughout the system on an annual basis, and in some areas weekly. And that is, you know, well beyond what the permit requires, which actually requires cleaning those once every 5 years. So in general, that approach, you know, Stanley can talk more about how that cleaning takes place. We have some photos there that show those as well. I think our focus is we're looking at, you know, newer technologies and how we can continuously try to improve upon our system. We're now looking at our newer generation type systems that include injection wells to capture the first flush and you know, sequester the contaminants further. If you look in our slides, we have a 5-stage system that we're looking to implement with our new pump stations planned for First Street and West Avenue. And again, those includes the bar screens, the pollution control vortex systems. We've got the wells to sequester the first flush. And now we're looking at the implementation of blue-green infrastructure as well to look at some of, you know, of the nutrient loading and other types of contaminants. We are finalizing the construction of pilot bioswales to address some of these other
just in the interest of time.
Yes.
You have some
Just a couple of questions. I remember, I think I was the state rep when this pilot was done. When was the pilot done? Was it 4 or 5 years ago or 3 years ago?
Yes.
The pilot was done in late 2015, beginning of 2016.
Yeah, I remember having people come and talk to me about this issue. And were you here when this pilot was done?
Yes, I was here at the conclusion of the pilot. I started in early 2016.
Okay. So, and you manage the program now, right?
Yes.
So one of the things I didn't know when I remember back 5 years ago, 6, 7 years ago, people coming and talking to me about the issue when I was the state rep, and I didn't realize then that there's a catch inside. I just assumed that everything going out there was just washing out to the bay, but that's not happening at all.
That's not happening at all.
And then, so how often is it once a year that you go and clean those out, or as needed?
Annually, we do the 7,800 basins and structures in the city annually. The stations that are collected on West Avenue, 10th Street, 14th Street, 17th Street, they all come from Ocean Drive. They're the main corridors. We clean them weekly to remove all the debris that comes from Ocean Drive, Collins Avenue, Washington Avenue. And that's the main issues that we have. So we increase our cleaning to remove most of the debris from there.
Okay.
And then we're capturing probably 98% more than what we did in the beginning.
Oh, nice. And you said you're looking at some new technology. So is there technology that was not used in this pilot program that's available now or will be available?
Well, we're looking to improve our treatment system. Again, this is not at the inlets. We're trying to get all that water to move into our pump stations. Right. And within our pump stations, we're, again, constantly trying to improve those systems where we have the bar screens are the first line of defense. Then we have these vortex systems that separate some of the smaller debris that makes it through. And following that, we're also implementing injection wells that will, further capture some of the contaminants of that first flush that really takes a lot of this before it gets discharged into the adjacent water bodies like the bay.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Commissioner Brandes.
Sure. Or
yeah,
Commissioner, would you like to go? It's
no,
your item,
please,
or would you like me to go?
Please feel
okay,
free.
I will.
Thank you for this update. This is a familiar topic, which we seem every so often to talk about. So I just have a couple things. That pilot that we refer quite a bit to had Ocean Drive in a residential area. And I know on Ocean Drive we particularly had trouble. What were the distinctions between the two in terms of the results of the pilot?
The distinction, there really wasn't a distinction because in the residential area, we were getting mostly the mulch, the grass clippings that were clogging the drains, the same way that it was doing on Ocean Drive. Ocean Drive was catching cigarette butts, paper cups, just about everything that people threw in the street. And it was clogging up the basin so much that it was overflowing onto the sidewalk cafes. So that kind of deterred us to remove those from that pilot.
No, thank you for that. And, there seems to be some inherent sort of systems logic to stop something from getting in before you have to deal with it. So I must admit, when you look at these solutions, you sort of say, boy, wouldn't it be good to keep stuff out, though I am hearing the other side of the equation. One of the things, and I've put this item on the agenda at least once, maybe even twice, because we see other cities sort of celebrating success with it. We hear about Aventura. I think Miami did something. Why are they different, or maybe why are we different? Why do they have such a different view on this one?
If I may, I think the systems that they use are not as complex as ours, I would say. They don't collect all this water and flowing into one centralized area. I think they have multiple individual areas that flow into French drains in most instances.
Yeah, I'm sorry to interject. I just want to clarify my own question. The drains, they're using the storm drains like my colleague has sort of put forward, and they seem to be very excited and think it helps. So keeping it out. I wasn't going to the back end, but I'm just trying to get my head around. We hear these other cities so enthused about that, and I'm just wondering what it is that's leading them to really like this, but we don't seem to. What's that distinction?
I think the distinction is we're on an island. Most of those projects are inland, so they're not having to worry about the sand. They're not having to worry about the entertainment district. If you look at Aventura, for instance, they're on the main roads, so they don't have all the debris and everything else, the grass clippings, the tree branches, or anything else clogging those drains. Whereas we have all that in place.
Okay.
And I would like to point out the very last slide of the presentation. It's a new set of information that we gathered from a recent study that was done in collaboration between the University of Miami Erasmus and the Miami Waterkeeper, that basically compiled, they looked at all the systems within the Miami-Dade County, and they evaluated those systems based on a series of categories. It's hard to read, but basically shows that the county average score was around 62%. The city of Miami Beach obtained a score of 100%. They were basically saying that we're doing a lot better than the majority of the cities within our county. And I would argue that goes beyond just Miami-Dade County. We were one of 6 cities that obtained this really high score, and I think that is due to the fact that we have been working both on the operation and maintenance side, very diligently to clean our systems as much as we do, and on the engineering as well. We're constantly looking to improve upon our system well beyond what the regulators require. So just wanted to put that out there.
Commissioner Fernandez. Thank you. So it sounds to me from what you've presented that we have these inline pollution controls. Is that the proper way of saying it? I guess a way of saying it.
It's definitely yes, absolutely.
Yes. Okay. Are there areas, for example, I've heard concerns that we have areas, of course, we have aging infrastructure, that we're all working hard. You all have been working hard. I just got here. You all have been working very hard over the years in improving this aging infrastructure. But I've heard concerns that we have areas of our community where we have infrastructure that's 50 years old, 60 years old, and that some of this infrastructure, especially like in the Mid-Beach area along Collins Avenue, empties straight into the canal. And so I guess my question would be, are there areas that we can identify where we could improve our inline pollution controls and maybe, build upon these efforts that we're already engaged in?
Absolutely. We are currently working on a plan to add some more of these injection wells in different areas that don't already have them. Yep. That, again, in line with the plans to further improve our systems. We have what we call the old generation pump stations or treatment systems. We have the new generation, and then the newest generation, if you would. So we're working to construct some of these newest generation treatment systems and pump stations, and we're also working on retrofitting some of the older systems to improve upon. So that's definitely part of our plan. In fact, we're working to progress 2 projects that will add these injection wells at 2 existing pump stations.
And so as you work in that, and I know it takes time.
Absolutely.
All of these projects for new pump stations and injection wells, it's not quick. It takes time. But if you could identify these areas where we have aging infrastructure, where we can enhance our ability to collect some of this debris, and what we could do to improve our our collection, our inline collection in those areas, and not just in these areas of Mid Beach where we know that they empty directly into the canal, but perhaps other areas of Miami Beach where perhaps we've had no water contact advisory issues, and see how maybe some of this could perhaps address and help us address some of those issues. And if you Chair, if we could have you all come back to us with an update on that, I'd appreciate that.
Absolutely.
Colleagues, anything? Yeah, on this matter, I mean, I would personally, I would defer to the team that has to deal with this, all the time, and just make a recommendation to us. I know that you sort of entertain, a lot of our requests, but we need guidance, right? We're not out there maintaining these things, and they sound like really good ideas, and they're all well intended, but then the reality is different. So don't feel shy about just telling us that it's not a good idea to pursue.
Definitely.
Okay?
And that's a very good point, because
This is the fourth time I've heard it in 6 years at least. Right. And it's always a good idea. These grates look good. I was a big supporter until I sort of went out there, and then I'm like, okay, well, sometimes things sound and look like a good idea, but reality is different.
And that has been our recommendation over the years, as my understanding. I'm relatively new here, but I hear that our recommendation on the grates in particular has always been that we do not recommend implementing those. And that's why we're always looking at, we're definitely looking at any new technologies that come up, but our focus has been elsewhere.
Yeah, I think because it comes up from residents who may not understand how our systems work, I think one of the things we need to just keep reinforcing is our mitigation technologies and processes, because I think what drives a lot of this is the fear, as Commissioner Richardson mentioned, is that all the debris that's collected just goes right out into the bay, right? So that is a misconception, and we have to continually be re-educating our residents that that's not is what's happening. It's caught in our system and then removed and disposed of properly. And anything that's ending up in the bay might have just blown right off from the street directly into the bay, but it's not coming through our stormwater system.
Correct.
Exactly as I said earlier, 10 years ago, I assumed everything washing down there was going to the bay until somebody came and talked to me about it, and then I came over here. I think, Eric, you might have been in Public Works at the time, and you explained to me how things work. So maybe what we can do is also, when we do our email blast to our residents, maybe we could just do an FYI type thing and put a paragraph in there and some pictures, and maybe that'll help educate people in terms of how it works and what we're doing, and better inform people. And because I get still today residents, that will tell me about this, and then I explain to them what you explained to me years ago. So thank you.
Okay. Great. Joe? Yeah.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Do you have time to get to the county? Yeah, okay, good.
Did you want this to come back, or do you consider this item concluded?
I think with recommendations, I agree with what the chair said, and I have a feeling probably every November after elections, after you have newly elected commissioners, it'll probably be a standing item on this agenda because we come in with these ideas, and you all guide us. You're the professional staff, and I value that. So yeah, if we could just have a follow-up.
Okay, a couple months or?
Sure. How much time does staff need? How much
time would you guys need?
We can come back in a couple months.
Sure. Want to say May?
And provide you with an update on the other items. As far as the request for something to be provided to residents, we can compile a flyer perhaps that explains, how much debris, the amount of trash
300
that
tons
we
of
remove
debris,
from
I think,
our
annually, right?
system.
Yes, we remove tonnage annually. So
the
we can get those numbers.
Yes, and we have photos that show this. They show how our staff clean those bar screens.
Sure.
How we use the back trucks to
Let's
remove all
let's
that.
wrap it up.
A couple of months. Okay. Yeah, a couple of months.
So
is good.
we'll bring it back at the May meeting, May 13th. So we'll continue to May 13th.
Thank you.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Have a great weekend. I had a request from our building department on item number 7. Is Anna here? We'll give Anna a minute. Come up.
Mr. Chairman, I see a hand up. I don't know if it's, oh, it just went down, sorry.
Okay. Commissioner Salmon, this is your
Yeah.
item, an update on the building
Thank you.
assessment.
Happy to.
and
Is
costs. But
Anna with us?
I
wanna-
don't see her. Give her a second. I just got a
Sure.
text that she wanted to do this. Okay, because I think your item's going to take a little longer, so is this going to take long? Do you know?
No.
Okay,
It is.
okay.
I don't anticipate it will take long.
I always try to get staff
Yeah.
back out to work rather than
idea.
sitting here listening to us babble. So we'll give her a second. Is there anything on the agenda that's really quick while we wait for her? Because the next couple items will take a little bit of time.
Mr. Chair, one of the things that, before we conclude today, the last remaining date that we need to confirm is the June meeting for the 2022 Land Use Committee meetings. And I know that Commissioner Richardson had a conflict with the June 10th date. And we were wondering if there are any other dates that the committee members might be able to agree on at the June meeting. I think we had offered June 1st and June 8th as potential options, but those were on a Wednesday.
Yeah, June 1st I'm available, so.
Yeah,
I'm okay
the
on
first
the
words, no conflict with neighborhoods, Tom, to the best of your knowledge?
Yeah, no, with those were the two other dates that the chambers were open, so.
Wednesday, June 1st works for me.
Okay.
Commissioner Fernandez? Hey, Anna. Okay, so go ahead and change that 11th to the 1st, same time, 9:30.
Perfect. So it'll be June 1, 2022 at 9:30.
Okay.
Great.
Good morning,
Thank
Anna.
you.
Good morning.
Yes.
Sorry I'm late.
No worries. I sprung it on you.
Mr. Chair, if I could, I'll happy to just tee this up. This item was referred, fairly shortly after what happened in Surfside, and obviously there's been a lot of development since then, and there's been progress made at the commission level on a number of different items. But I did think it important that this body hear from our team in terms of what else we might be doing. So really, and I'm going to bounce the ball over to you, and without going into all the different options we have, are there any things outstanding that you think warrant action at this time?
Good morning, commissioners. It's good to see you all. So I think right now we've moved ahead on a lot of different items. The next big item that we've got coming up has to do with the maintenance log and moving that, which was based on the grand jury recommendations, and kind of tightening up that portion. At the county level right now, they are reworking the building recertification process, and it's going to become a process that starts at the 30-year mark and then continues every 10 years after. There has been some contact about that, and there's I think some persons that are interested in us supporting the county publicly. I know we've supported them publicly in that this has been a collaborative effort with all the building departments and all across the county, so it's not like we aren't showing our support, but I don't know if a public support would be helpful on that. Once that's adopted, that becomes our law, and it would really strengthen that process on the requirements for who can provide recertifications on buildings, and also on the type of information, add additional information based on what's come about. And so I think those are the bigger items that are coming up. I know that we're still working on the outstanding recertifications on the buildings that have kind of been slower to come around, and we're taking a lot of those to the unsafe structures or taking them to the special magistrate. And so I think, as I don't know if there's additional action we would want to take with some of those people. I know that some of them are looking for additional funding sources, and that might be something.
Mr. Chair, just a quick follow-up. So thank you for that, Anna, and I know you've been, hitting a lot of different balls here, and there's been some communication, I know, with the county, and we've tried to facilitate some of that. You had talked, I believe, maybe in a previous conversation about a board moving here, that may require action. Is that something you want to discuss today, and is there something we could do to help you on that? If yes, tell us about it.
Thank you. Yes. We had already codified having the unsafe structures panel in City of Miami Beach in 2015. We just hadn't moved ahead with it, but thought that this was a good time to bring that so that we could see the cases quicker. It would also give people a place to complain about violations that are issued, and so it would give, I think, the residents a voice that right now is a little harder to, when they feel that it's an unfair violation, the voice becomes just talking to me, and this would give a more independent voice, which I think would be better for them. So that is the process, and it could be something, and I've reached out to different ones of you, if you could know anyone at the county to help along with this process so that we can get the list, because it comes from the clerk of county courts. If we have the list of the approved people that we can start scheduling this, then we can start setting it up. We need to get an independent counsel, because it can't be our city attorney representing this, so we'd have to get an outside counsel. The building department is ready and available to work with the city attorney's office to make sure that we get this done as quickly as possible. So yeah, that would be something.
So just one follow-up, and then I'll yield to my colleagues. And I just did hear from my aide that we are looking to facilitate that communication. I would be happy to engage with you offline next week. In terms of that unsafe structure that it sounds like is sort of a direction we want to go, do you need action today from this body? Is there anything we can do, aside from the communication, which we can try to, do you need anything from us today?
No.
Okay, I'll yield to my colleagues.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
So I know that there's some stuff moving through the Florida legislature right now as a result of the Champlain incident. And we don't know exactly what's going to happen because session's not over. It'll be over in early March. But if it's the will of this committee, we're meeting on April 8th. And I'd like you to come back and tell us whatever they end up doing, and I don't know what that is, but I would like you to come back and tell us if we need to do anything to realign what we're doing with what the state is going to push down. So is that okay with my colleagues? Yeah. Okay, so let's do that. Let's come back April 8th for just an update on that particular, what the state's doing and whether or not we have to tweak anything with what we're doing, and I'm sure the county is going to be looking at that as well. Okay?
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Nothing else.
Colleagues?
Mr. Chair, and I want to thank the building director for the work she's doing in this. It's a conversation that I think is important to be had. I thank you, Commissioner Samuelian, for putting it on the agenda. I had spoken with the building director when the grand jury came out with their report on some of these recommendations following Champlain Towers. And they put out many recommendations, and I think it's so wise that it's been kind of left in the hands of the county for a lot of things to ensure there's uniformity on some of these policies that are of a bigger scale. Regarding the unsafe structures, I've reached out to the proper jurisdiction on the county end, which is Harvey Rubin, our clerk of courts, and his office maintains that list, and hopefully they're going to be assisting us with that. And I think any other support from this body is probably good to that extent. But I just want to thank you for looking into all of these recommendations that came out on building assessments and building safety, and for working with my aide, with Yale, on this building maintenance collection of information, because I know the two of you have been working hard on the item that we have going through the legislative process. So thank you very much on that.
Yeah, I got feedback from a lot of commissioners and incorporated some of that, and then we had a quick brainstorming session with Yale, and we're getting a tighter, I think, rein on which way the application would go, and so I think it's going to be ready. So once we start doing our outreach with the public, we'll be able to do a more comprehensive outreach and explain the process the best way so that they understand why.
Thank you. Okay. Good. Yeah. Oh, yeah, come on.
Hi, yes, Daniel Serraldo with Miami Design Preservation League. Well, I wanted to say I think it's great progress now that the state is looking at Miami-Dade County and Broward as models. Those of us who are in the field of historic preservation, stewardship, pushing against demolition by neglect, I think it's great to see the state going in that direction, in particular a building like Champlain that was not even at its 40th year. One comment I have about Unsafe Structures Board is I think it would be great to have it here in Miami Beach, because anyone who's ever been there knows where they meet is quite far away. And the other thing that Miami Beach does very well is with our agendas, we publish them and we have the details within the agendas, and then members of the public could see it and tenants could understand a little more. So I would just ask that if you are going to move it, that there be some consideration. If there's a budget requirement, that it could use like the Novus system, because the more we can do to share the info about these buildings and hopefully help the property owners find solutions, I think we can maintain our status as a leading place for proper maintenance, historic preservation, etc. So thank you.
Let me ask a question. I think I just heard you say that Champlain was not at their 40th, but I thought that was part of the problem, that they were at their 40th and they were delaying repairs.
They were about to meet their 40th year, so they were preparing for it. This new proposal would be for 30 years. So, and look, we can't conjecture, but my guess is if they had started that process 10 years earlier, they might have been able to find that.
So Champlain had not yet reached 40?
It was at
his 40th year.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I think one of the complaints I heard is that they were delaying repairs.
Well, the thing is that, and this is part of what's come out and part of the grand jury and part of the reason why it's important to have the maintenance information.
Yeah.
Because it's like everything, if you wait till you're 40, it's a lot harder to start exercising all of a sudden and undo 10 years of bad behavior. So you need to do maintenance on an ongoing basis. You just can't wait till the year before or 2 years before and suddenly throw the maintenance on. And so by tracking the maintenance and incentivizing the maintenance, that will then help buildings keep their maintenance going, because if you wait till you turn 40 to suddenly paint the building or look at the portions of the building, you get a lot of decline.
Well, one of the biggest problems has been the state of Florida has made it very easy for condos to delay funding there, and that I think is going to be addressed this year. So, which I think would be a very fine thing. It's fiscal responsibility. So.
Yeah, I think the fiscal changes are going to make a huge impact, and it's something that you can't be a good steward of a property if you don't have enough money to properly maintain the building. Thank you.
Okie doke. Thank you.
So this item will be continued to the April 8th meeting for additional updates. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Next item is item number 4, I believe.
Sure, we can take up item number 4.
Yeah, I sponsored this. This is regarding some parking requirements on a project on Lincoln and Alton. Who wants to sort of tee this up? We have the developer here, wants to explain parking waivers. Graham?
Morning, everyone. Graham Penn, Burkow, Riddell, Fernandez, Larkin, Tappan is 200 South Biscayne Boulevard.
Take off your mask so we can hear you better.
Sorry, I'm trying to be good. Of course, this is the day I cut myself shaving, so my
okay, we'll put it back on. Russell needs to.
I'll get it done in 2 minutes.
Not because of safety, just because he looks better in a mask.
That's all right. I'll keep my head down, keep the camera off of me. But I got several things I want to talk about briefly. This amendment, as you know, would create a new sub-parking district west of Alton Road between 16th and Collins Canal. And it would make one major change. It would zero out the requirement for parking for hotel rooms and as well as most hotel accessory spaces. Now, this is really not, I know there's been some discussion that this is incentive really, but it really reflects reality. Study after study that the city has undertaken over decades has shown that the actual parking demand for hotels is significantly lower than the code requirements, and that has become more and more apparent recently. District 6, which is our main parking district, predates the sea change that we've seen in the last 5 or 6 years with ride sharing, which has made it even more clear that hotel uses really don't generate much parking. So right now, the District 6 would require 1 space for every 2 rooms, which again, that assumes 50% of the people that are coming to a hotel are parking, which is way inconsistent with reality. Lincoln Road West, this area has been called out since the corner plan for extension of the pedestrian experience on Lincoln Road, improvement of that experience, and that's what the 1212 Lincoln development does. The concern that you had heard, I'm sure you've heard from some of the community, was the idea that this would lead to the proliferation of additional hotels. The revised item that's in front of you today limits the applicability to unified development sites with over 200 parking spaces on the site. So that means that is not going to be every property in this area is going to suddenly have 0 parking requirements. You have to have a significant supply of parking under this revision to justify the reduction. And again, that's consistent with the idea of shared parking in larger garages. So that's why we'd ask for your recommendation in support of this as modified to move forward to the commission for referral to the planning board. And Mr. Galvin definitely wants to speak.
Yes, I would thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission. I'd just like to add the practicality of what exists today. Some 400 parking spaces that remain empty almost every day, and that's with Soul Cycle, with Barry's Boot Camp, and with the space that's been created on the roof that is with Rooftop Cinema, which is nothing less than magical. What we've accomplished at this site is something really, really special. But regardless of that, the parking remains empty today, almost 400 spaces. I would also like to say that every ordinance that the City of Miami Beach has had to create hotels, whether it be the Washington Avenue and the extension of the Washington Avenue, both north on Washington Avenue and all of Lincoln Road, none of those hotels require any parking. None of them do because they don't generate car requirements. And I will tell you that Citizen M, which is the hotel that's coming here, will generate 0 parking requirements. Most of their clientele are European and South American as well. So it would be inappropriate to require the parking here in this instance. And if you read the ordinance, it's extremely narrow. It wouldn't apply to anybody who didn't have 400 parking spaces or 300 parking spaces attached to them, and especially in situations where there's no viable use or demand for so many spaces in this specific location. So I would ask you to move this matter forward expeditiously so that it can be voted on and approved. Thank you very, very much.
Just to be clear, so folks know what we're talking about. I mean, your project is unique because not only would you be developing the hotel and own the hotel, the project immediately adjacent is really part of the whole project already has parking.
Yes.
So you can accommodate parking as part of the hotel plan. So if we don't have parking there, it's not as if parking wouldn't exist for employees or folks who want to rent a car and come in. They'll accommodate in your garage. So
yes. We've had less than a 10% occupancy of our garage. It's sitting there empty. You can go there any day. What is there is also the magical space on the roof, which has caused part of the parking issue, the rooftop cinema, as well as Barry's Boot Camp and Soul Cycle. It's one of the most magical places there, and I think some of your commissioners have even worked out there. Like Anna says, you have to start before you get 40 years, and it was a very, very interesting comment. So the answer is yes.
Okay, yeah. Tom, do you have, I see you raise your hand. Do you have some comments or no?
No. The only other thing I would point out is that this particular area is also within one of our identified transit zones along Alton Road. And so in addition to adequate mass transit, there are also other publicly accessible parking garages surrounding that area as well.
Yeah, I missed, Graham, when you spoke, you said the zoning. I missed what you said the ratio was. Did you say it's one parking space for every 2 rooms or 6 rooms? I missed that.
The current code is 1 per 2, right?
1 parking space for every 2 rooms.
Yeah, or a half a space per unit.
Yeah, whichever way.
And Mr. Galba was talking about the requirements, I guess more in the MXC and so forth, and there's no requirement there?
We recently reduced the parking requirement in the MXC district for new residential, but there is a requirement for hotels. We just haven't seen a lot of new hotel construction. We recently amended the parking requirements for hotels in certain areas on Lincoln Road that do not have a parking requirement.
And Mr. Galba,
nor on Washington Avenue.
Or on Washington Avenue, he's correct.
That's what I was referring to.
I'm sorry. I thought
Mr. Galba, because I know you've got all of that parking that is apparently sitting vacant right now. The new project, this project, it's going to be where the existing well, the old Wells Fargo is?
Precisely correct.
And the adjacent parking lot that's vacant to just south of there, is that going to be part of the footprint?
Absolutely. It's one project. It was actually 2 phases. The first phase is completed. The second phase will be completed now. So it's really one project which has these spaces inside the project. It was just a phased project that was done.
Yeah. So, Mr. Chairman, this seems like, put this one in the category of a no-brainer. So I will move the item to make this change if there's no objection from the administration. So I'll move it.
All right, okay. And I'll second it.
If I could, and I hate to get in the way of no-brainers, and there's some fine establishments there, and if what I did was called working out, that is an incredibly gracious compliment. So that's it. Has the administration done any analysis, and does the administration recommend this?
We don't have any objection to this. As Mr. Galvin indicated, our code is significantly overparked. Over the years, we've consistently brought ordinances to the commission that recommend reducing and eliminating parking requirements. This would be no exception, so we would recommend in favor of this.
Okay, thank you for that. I am not a huge fan of the proliferation of hotels on the west side of the island. I believe it's a residential area. I'm a little more inclined towards other uses, including office, but candidly, I think we may be getting to a point of saturation on hotels. I am incredibly concerned that the West Avenue project is going to cost 279 parking spots that already exist in that area. I have not seen any analysis from the administration on how we're going to address that. Now, I know this is just one part of that project. This is on the north side. But, in fact, I'm going to bring a resolution to the March Commission requesting that analysis. I've already heard from Flamingo Park they're concerned. So, till I see that, I'm not ready to support it. I understand it's the will of this body. And maybe after I see that analysis, I might have a different view. But today, I would not support it.
Commissioner Fernandez, you're here. Would you like to comment? Or? Okay. So we'll pass it 2-1. Oh, yeah, please, go ahead.
Hi, Daniel Serrato. So I just had 2 comments. One is I don't know about the capacity of the site currently. I know a lot of the retail is vacant, and so I could understand that there's some parking available, but I'm just curious if in the report it looks at what happens when it's finally rented out. And then second is something, if I don't say, I'm going to get in big trouble with West Avenue friends. about the mural. There's this beautiful Enzo Gallo mural on the Wells Fargo building, and I believe when the project was approved, there were some promises about, retaining the mural or donating it to the city. So I was just hoping if this does go through, if that could be made a part of the agreement, because, we love our art, we love our public art, and so I was wondering if that is something that the commissioners can help urge for, because I think it was mentioned at one of the TRB hearings, but I don't know if it got into, written. And so this might be an opportunity, if the Galvets are so generous, to do that. I think it'd be a good thing. What do you guys think?
Very patriotic. You take it.
Oh, I'll take it. Sure. I'm going to take it. Hi, Marissa. So we also love art. So Daniel, thank you. We actually spend a lot of money putting that LED wall on the south side, and we've only placed art on that wall. I think we've had a lot of positive feedback. I don't know if you've got a chance to see that. The Enzo Gallo murals themselves were placed, when they were put up, directly into the concrete block. It's almost impossible to save them. If we take them down in pieces, they would be very wide, very heavy, and very big. I don't even know where you would put them. So what we have done is we spent the money to take really nice, high-end, quality photos of them, and we're happy to donate a disc of those photos to the city for you to print and place wherever you'd like. And we're also going to showcase them on our LED screen.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I agree. I think they're really cool and beautiful, but if they can't be, saved and
it would be
moved,
great, but
yeah.
At what cost?
No, not even at a cost. Even if they would come down, they would not come down together.
Right.
And then they would be too big to really put anywhere.
Got it. Okay, so we'll move this item back to the commission?
Yeah, I'll take this to the commission as a C4 item at the next agenda for referral to the planning board.
Okay, perfect.
Sorry. I think the next one
Mr.
is
Chair.
item. Sorry.
I think Marissa wanted to.
Marissa, did you have something?
The podium.
Yes, I was going to tell you also that, at the time, they were commissioned by the Broad family, and we did meet with them about offering them murals themselves to the Ruth K. Broad School, but they also they are much happier with the disc to be able to print them and put them up on a wall than to take the concrete, so.
Yeah.
That was it.
So I know they're rather large, and so you can't cut the concrete. Just tell me you can't do that.
No, you cannot do that.
Okay.
We tried, and they tried.
Even little pieces, just as memorabilia?
We can sell them and deliver them to Mr. Seraldo. We can do that.
Yeah,
he does a very effective job of selling pieces of art at the center on Ocean Drive.
Maybe to make folks happy. I'm not.
They would also have to be thick behind the little ceramic pieces in order to survive, even if they were small. So they would be. I don't know if you could even lift them.
Got it.
Okay. Next item is item number 18. This is speaking for me personally, I think a very interesting project. If we can figure a way to make it happen, this is a discussion of potentially relocating the Miami-Dade Community Health Center, basically moving it across the street. Mr. Galvin, do you want to tell us what your vision is? Yeah. And I don't know, do you have any?
We do. We do have a presentation that I would ask to put up now. Yeah. And then we'll advance it. It's really a very easy PowerPoint presentation that actually explains what we're doing. I think one of the most interesting and most incredible things done by this commission, and the commission should continuously be applauded for it, is the creation of a park and a backyard for a community that previously didn't have one, which not only does that, but also continues to provide a baywalk that allows for the complete circumference of South Beach by creating a signature bridge on this side of 395 for pedestrians, something that never existed before. This is the next phase of the opportunity of working together with the development community. Cities by themselves don't build communities. They have to joint venture with the development community in order to create it. So the opportunity here is for the county and the city to plan for a new health clinic and a library and a larger park. The issue here is Miami Beach Community Health Center is the center of choice for the socioeconomic disadvantaged amongst us. They don't have another place to go. Over 3,000 people who live in South Beach get their medical health care from a community center that has been condemned by the very community they live in. The city of Miami Beach has condemned the existing facilities of the Miami Beach Community Health Center. Anna herself has been out there, and they have some stopgap measures, but the building itself is sinking into the ground. So we came together at the direction of the mayor and looked at see how we could help in this instance. Next slide, please. The partnering among the county, the city, FDOT, and the developer. It's a four-way partnership. The county would get a new health clinic and a new library building. The city would get a 30% larger park, and there would be zero net cost to the county or the city or FDOT other than the cost that they agreed upon, which is the cost of the library and the $680,000 that was in a special fund for doing improvements.
Russell, can I
Yes.
interrupt? Yeah. Just pardon if I'm indulging you, but because I've been out there and I've seen the facility, and I don't know whether it's in pretty rough shape. I don't know whether it's officially in trouble with our city or not, but it is tired, and the place gets packed. And personally, what interested me about this project was I think we owe it to our residents and our visitors who use the facility to have a much nicer facility. Quite frankly, I mean, it's tired. So you own the building, correct?
We don't own the community health center. We own the land across the street.
Oh, you own the land. I thought you
Of course.
own the building and the
No.
county is your tenant. So the
No.
county owns the building.
The county owns the building. They would be selling us the building in return for us building, giving them our land. It would be a land exchange and building the building. There is an agreement that is existing today that we're working through with the county, and that agreement is that agreement has been returned to the county for their comments. So it's very apropos. This is the time that everybody has to get involved to make
So
this
the
happen.
building, you all know
It is explained if you give it 2
Okay,
minutes
all right,
more,
go for
okay? So if you go to the next slide, and I'll be faster, the developer affiliate would currently have, that's constructing the 3-acre park. The larger park would include the commercial building, although I will tell you we had a meeting with all of our neighbors, and they would like to keep a semblance of the building in the same corner. So that we would have to work out with our neighbors. We only do things with our neighbors' consent and assistance. The larger park would have a retail building along its edge. The expanded park will be lined by active uses along the north edge. Go to the next slide. That's the current park today with the commercial building in it. Go to the next slide. The larger park, go to the next slide. That is the community health center today. It serves tens of thousands of vulnerable neighbors. They do not meet the latest federal health standards. Even if it wasn't condemned, they still don't meet the latest health standards, federal health standards. There are significant problems with the foundation identified by the city, and the city has declared it an unsafe structure. Next slide. That shows you where the existing property is and where it would be moving to. The red is by the park. The blue is where it's going to. It serves the same population in a more convenient location. Currently, there is 3 completely blind people who go to this center. They're forced to cross Alton Road, a very dangerous road to cross. The new facility would meet all new federal health standards, would not require patients to cross the busy Alton Road, and there would be no blank wall facing this incredible park that's to the north. Next slide, please. And to give you an image of what the new health clinic would look like with the library on top that would have outdoor space. None of these are finalized drawings. They're just images put on by the park. The park is reality today. When you see it, it's an amazing park. One of the more amazing parks we have. Go to the next slide, please. the next slide, please. That's just another image at night of the health clinic. And again, this is just a concept drawing of what the building might look like. It's not the reality of the building. Go to the next slide, please. Another concept drawing of what the building might look like. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Just to give you some ideas of what it might look like. So what does it mean? It means a public-private partnership that would have the key terms. It would be no cost to the health clinic, no cost to the county, other than for the new library, which would accommodate the community, and the $600,000 that they have reallocated to that building. No cost for the additional parkland, which we know is worth over $100 million, the existing park. What the new park would be worth is God only knows. No cost of additional park improvements. We would spend the money for them. Again, our neighbors do want a building in the corner, so we would have to figure out what they want. And the conditions would be the city changes the zoning of the land between Park and 8th Street to be called gateway zoning. That is what we have zoned now to the south, which inclusive of the park, and the city would allow the FAR covenant, including FDOT, and FDOT joins such in a covenant with the full width of 5th Street and Alton Road to give us the FAR necessary to pay for all of the work that's being done. And I think that's the last slide. So in essence, it's an opportunity that is here for a very short period of time. It's embraced by the neighbors. It's embraced by the community. It's something that our community desperately needs to have happen. And it's something that we're prepared to do because we're already in this area. Once we leave this area, we would not come back for a small project like this, to be candid with you. And now's the time to approve it. Now's the time to ask staff to start working for it and to bring it to the full commission.
And as proposed right now, it's no cost to the city.
Correct.
We're going to potentially, have some entertain some changes to the zoning, but the way I look at it, we've got, no offense, it's an ugly, tired building that may be an unsafe structure that services the most vulnerable in our community. So I don't like that, right, in terms of how that looks. The proposal, it's a three-way between yourself, the county, the city, moving it just across the street onto land that you own. You would build it on behalf of the county with some arrangements that you have with the county. And it would be on par with the look and aesthetics of what is built right across the street at Baptist.
Correct.
Which to me is very appealing for the folks that are going to be using the services provided by the community health center. I think that is, speaking for myself, if we can facilitate that so that they have a nice place to go for medical services, that's a nice thing to have for our community. So that's why I brought this. I'm very interested in doing that. Now, there are some things that we have to do in order to make that happen, and I think that's where there's going to be potential for debate. But I'm supportive directionally of seeing this happen for our residents, because I was kind of uncomfortable walking in that building and seeing, when I was there were hundreds of people with children, and it is not a facility I would want myself or my family or loved ones to have to go to if they could avoid it.
There are 600 appointments a day in that facility, if you can imagine. It's not federally compliant. Baptist is federally compliant. So there's a question of equality and fairness.
100%. I mean, that's the way I looked at it. Like if I go for medical services, that's not the kind of facility I have to walk into. And if we could do this at no cost to the city, no cost to the county,
this truly is a no-brainer.
Yeah. Well, there's some things we have to do that, as you know, we're going to cause some folks agita, but
it shouldn't. But I understand it.
The end goal being that we're going to provide a facility that is on par with what the wealthy in our community enjoy. Everything we can do to make that happen, I'm going to be supportive of. In addition, I think we also make that park project and the whole Alton corridor a lot nicer.
So thank you, and I've got some questions.
Please.
And I think to say that building is rough is you're being polite. I remember when I was a state rep touring that facility because it received some state funding, and
it receives city funding also, so I should tell you that.
It's rough. So just a couple of questions. So you own the property now where the new facility would go, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And I think you mentioned that the building was a county building, but you didn't include the word land. So does the county also own the land?
They own the building and the land, yes.
Okay. And when I was looking at the sketch, it looked to me like your property may be the same size or slightly larger.
It's slightly larger. It's slightly larger because
it would not be smaller.
It would not. Yes, we own the property to the north. Although it's leased, the building is leased, the parking is not. So we would be putting in our structural supports in that building and actually cleaning up that. That's the old yellow taxi cab company. Site. So we would be cleaning up that site as well.
And would that be part of the well, let me get to the earlier question. So right now, the development plan that you have permits you to do some sort of commercial space in the park. Is that right?
That is correct. A 2-story commercial building on the southeastern end of the park.
Okay. So part of this overall plan would be if you're able to do the land swap, then you would take that commercial space that's supposed to be in the park now and move it into a different space, and I realize it would have a different configuration. And so is that how you're picking up the additional park?
The FAR space, the FAR for that building, the 11,000 square feet in that building, we proposed moving to the new building on the north side of the park and not building anything but a parkland there. In fairness, we met with all of our neighbors, and they wanted a building on that corner. They just think it's better on that corner, but they didn't. What they said what they wanted was a 1-story building instead of a 2-story building without parking, just a valet entryway for a restaurant that could service the park and maybe have 6 valet spaces there, but they wanted the parking inside either the tower or the new tower to be built on the north side. It doesn't matter to us. We just want our neighbors to be happy. And that's how we made this project work the last time. We had every single neighbor supporting this project.
Okay. So, and I know it sounds to me like you're going to need some additional FAR, and you're planning on getting that through FDOT. Is that your partnership with FDOT?
That is the reason FDOT's at the table. The old secretary approved it and concept. We have a new secretary. I did have a chance to meet with her a few weeks ago to talk about the bridge, because we really need to get the bridge done, and because she takes different positions than the old secretary, but she said basically that she wants this bridge done. So she is supportive of the bridge, and she would be supportive of anything else that she would have to do to get this going. And so I believe she's supportive. Although she's not exactly the same as the old secretary.
Okay. And so now there's a parking lot that's on the corner, the northeast corner. That's part of the, what is it, Freedom?
Federation Tower.
Federation Tower.
Yeah.
So I've always thought that, having a parking lot on Alton Road may not be the best use of that land. So have you looked at whether or not you could incorporate that into the project?
I'm going to let Tom respond, because that was what Tom said originally. And we have tried. Commissioner, we have tried. And I can tell you Federation is a wonderful group of people, the people who are running it. But they also have very sophisticated debt in debt markets. And part of the problem was that they're negative on FAR. So by including them in the project, we would lose 20,000 square feet of FAR because they're overbuilt today. But more importantly, the lawyers said it would require the consent of the debt, which has been sold publicly. So I just think it's a process that would slow us down, and we'd never get to an end of it. And Tom really, in fairness to Tom, he recognized it as an issue immediately. If there was a way to clean it up, we would do that. We just don't have a methodology to do that.
So let me ask Tom on that. Is there? Sorry to go off on another tangent, but I've always been curious. I live very close to there, and I always think that parking lot is not the best use of that land.
No, not at all. It's Unfortunately, because it is a unified development site and because they are over on FAR, there is no way to build anything on that parking lot or relocate those spaces to another building and then do a building in that parking lot without increasing the FAR. And it is unfortunate because that is a very strategic corner, and a surface parking lot is probably the single worst thing you can put on an urban corner. And to add insult to injury, this is a surface parking lot with no landscaping and pure asphalt.
Right. Yeah. Okay, we'll have to tackle that one another day then, but we need to figure out a way that, I don't know, it's just not a good use of the land. Okay, so are you going to need any FAR from the city, or you're going to get the FAR from FDOT?
The FAR from FDOT. I think
you're not going to need any FAR from the city?
Assuming there's no issue with FDOT, that is correct.
Okay. And are you going to need any money from the city?
The answer is no.
Okay. So we're not going to have to put up any money or anything?
You will have to expand the existing zoning from the previous lots north.
Yeah, so what is the exact ask from us? Is the zoning?
Well, I believe that in terms of extending the gateway zoning, that is legislative, and that's something that the city commission can do via an LDR amendment. But I believe also you're seeking an ask to ask the commission to begin the process of the development agreement, correct?
Correct. The development agreement would have to be expanded as well.
So you would need the city to agree to the development because you're going to ask us for a zoning change? Is that?
Because I think we need that. By the way, in an email that we've exchanged, there is a list of everything that has to happen. And I believe the reason we need the development agreement exchanged is because of the fact that there's a 1.5 rule and if it's commercial, you can only do 1.5. I'm not sure exactly why, but I know there's a reason why we needed to extend it. Maybe Tom can remember. I can't.
As you're aware, when the city entered into the development agreement with the developer to vacate 6th Street and create a larger unified development site, the developer gave the portion that is nearing completion as a public park to the city. So we're actually part and parcel of that. So we would need to modify the development agreement to extend the boundaries of this property to include this larger site.
Yeah, exactly. That's the reason.
So is that what you're looking for us to opine on
From
today?
a zoning standpoint, those are two things that would need to be done. An LDR amendment to extend the Gateway zoning district north. And then with regard to the development agreement, that would be a separate direction. The only other thing that I'm aware of, I believe, is what needs to be done with regard to participating in the agreement with the county to swap the properties.
We've supplied that agreement that is in process of being negotiated with the county to you already.
Yep. Okay, so I need you to tell me what action you need here because it sounds like we need to do something to take it back to the commission. Is that right?
Yeah, that's where I was going. Is this is kind of listed as a discussion item, but what do we need to do today, if anything, either to take it back to the full commission or to craft something that we can take action on?
Mr. Chair, I think you need to do two things today. You need to tell the administrative staff to begin working with the county on the documents that they have in their possession and figuring out how to get this to move forward expeditiously, and at the same time ask the city administration to put it on the full commission hearing at the earliest time possible when they think that they have all the information they need.
All right. I haven't heard from my colleagues, but I also want to ask the city attorney what Mr. Galvin just said. So how do we craft something? Because I mean, we can't tell the staff to do anything until it goes back to the full commission. So is this something we would send back to the full commission as a consent or discussion item so that we could all weigh in on this? Because to have city administration take action will require the full body to weigh in on this.
That's right, Mr. Chairman. We would take if the committee is generally supportive of the proposal, we could take that recommendation to the city commission for action. There is one open question from our perspective on the FAR issues. And this one's a little different than some of the other projects where a right-of-way has been vacated to facilitate the aggregation of FAR. Because under this proposal, the FAR is proposed to come from state rights-of-way. So in order to do our charter analysis, we are going to need to know what the state's position is on how their right-of-way may be used and what instruments they're willing to sign. And then we would also need to work with Tom on, depending on what the state is willing to do and how they're willing to participate, if the LDRs would accommodate it. Is that right, Tom?
Yeah, we definitely have not reached the conclusion that the FDOT right-of-way will be able to be used because it appears that the state, at least up until now, has not been willing to vacate the roadway, and that's normally how you would create a unified development site. And so if there is another mechanism proposed, we certainly would listen to what the state has to say, but we have not reached a conclusion yet that this is going to be feasible.
Can I call upon Mr. Graham from the able-bodied firm of Burkow, who was paid a huge sum of money to supply you with a legal opinion of title? So
I bought my own island with that money. But look, I don't need to belabor it this morning, but yes, I mean, we understand we got to work with the state and figure out the format to integrate their land as part of a unified development site. That's what the code requires. The state highways are different than city roads in that the state actually holds the fee simple interest in its roads. So they're more like a piece of land than an easement like the city has. So that is the issue that we have to work out with the city attorney's office and with FDOT. So that's what Tom's referring to.
Yeah, the way I view that, and I don't remember addressing this issue when I was the state rep. I did a lot of work with FDOT, but the way I look at it is it's your issue, right? It's, that we're not in control of that.
Absolutely.
So I'm very supportive of the project as it's been presented, as long as there's no out-of-pocket costs to the city, because I think these are the kind of projects I like where there's a private, public, and you put it all together, and quite frankly,
it's a win-win.
Yeah, because you're coming up with the money, right? I mean, you got to find a way to pay for it, but we, the public, are getting something out of it without putting any cash up. So, and that building is in terrible condition. So, what motion do you need? Just a motion to take it back to the commission?
Yeah, we would put it on as an R9 discussion item, and we would list these items, and we would seek direction from the full commission.
All right, so I will make that motion, put it on as an R9, as a discussion item with action, okay, so that it's clear that I want to take action, and I'll make that motion today.
Can I weigh in? Yeah, thank you. And I'm very intrigued. This seems like a very innovative partnership among multiple jurisdictions. I appreciate my colleagues' questions and the answer that it's not costing us a penny. So that's always good. I can't resist, Mr. Galba, because you mentioned the bridge, and that bridge has been something that we are all really focused on. Do you have a best estimate as to when and anything this body could do to help accelerate the pedestrian bridge?
That question can come back and bite you. So anything you can do is, yes, help us get a permit. So if you want to know what can help us, we are actively at the last stages of getting a permit, and we don't see anything standing in our way. Eric has been incredible in helping in this objective, but it's been a challenge. I have to tell you, it's been a challenge.
You're certainly the master of those processes, sir. So best guess when we're actually going to get something started?
I would hope it's we do have foundation permits, and we do have I would hope it's weeks, to be honest with you.
Wow, that's exciting.
It's very exciting, and I think it's weeks to have the opening of our park as well.
That's
and
amazing.
The park is amazing.
Congratulations.
Amazing. It's up to us and the city, but I really do believe we're within weeks. And obviously the legal department has been doing their job as well. So, I mean, I think it's really amazing that we were able to do this during a terrible, terrible period of a virus that really sent us off in different directions. But it's coming back. And I'd just like to say this, is that within 3 months, I think the cruise lines will be operating every ship as well. So I think we're at the final stages of this disaster. And so, you know, what I think...
It was only 2 weeks to flatten the curve.
Yeah.
So,
no, I'm sorry, may I?
Go ahead, please.
Yeah, I got a few other things. But I just want to congratulate you and your team on the park. And I mean, that's the best news I've heard today about Weeks. I know there's an S on that, but Weeks. And I speak for myself, though I doubt my colleagues would disagree, to the city administration and legal to do everything in our power to accelerate that darn bridge. That is a huge win. And connecting the vision of the beach to the bay, that is just an absolute home run. So with that...
There is one thing I would say, and that is that, look, we all want to be accommodating.
Yeah.
We can deliver the bridge on an expedited basis, even though the bridge would not be able to be operational. So I just want you to be aware. I mean, we can actually do that where it would be like a lookout tower until it connects to the building that's being built. So I wanted to do that, and I've spoken to the city about doing that. So that would be something that that you might want to push along as a body and speak to the city about. Their issue was somebody in the division of the handicap requirements, because they didn't want to open it because you have to have ends on both sides.
Yeah.
But I really think it can be opened as a lookout tower immediately, because it's all designed.
Yeah.
And let me tell you, FDOT, now is the time to finish everything.
No, I think that's incredibly exciting, and I would like to, unless my colleagues have any problem, I'd like to incorporate this into the discussion. If we're going to look at our development agreement, and there's an opportunity to accelerate the delivery of the bridge, I'd like to have that conversation. I think it's just a big idea. So that's very great news. Now, speaking of pedestrians, that area is a little tough, right? You've got the traffic from the MacArthur, Alton Road. You're an important stakeholder there, and I think you're on both sides of the street. Is there anything we can do from a pedestrian experience, crosswalks, lights? Do you have any thoughts, or might you have thoughts between now and the commission discussion?
I think actually the lights and the crosswalks are in the right place. The bridge is what's needed. It'll take a lot of traffic, because right now everybody crosses Alton Road because they have to cross on that side when they go south of 5th. With that bridge, they're not going to be going on that side. They're going to be staying on West Avenue and going across the pedestrian bridge to the marina to do the entire circumference of Miami Beach, which is something that will be outstanding, really outstanding.
Okay.
So I think that's essential, is to get that pedestrian bridge done as fast as possible.
And Commissioner Richardson, I am going to be supportive of your motion. As a friendly amendment, I would like to incorporate any and all opportunities to accelerate the pedestrian bridge, if you'd be amenable to that.
Yeah, I don't have a problem.
That'd be great. Let's talk about FAR, and I guess I'll look to Tom and Nick. I guess what I want to understand, and I think I heard the answer, correct me if I'm wrong, in terms of the rules as is, does the city have the ability to do what we're hearing about, or are we thinking about that?
That's something we're definitely looking at, and we would be happy. We'd make ourselves available to, if you have any meetings with FDOT or calls, so we can better understand. I think the critical piece for our analysis is what is FDOT's position on the use of that of those streets, and it'd be wonderful to have that position in writing.
And then that sounds very important. Let me just follow up, and I know we're on an earlier item, but we are going to talk about item number 21, sponsored by Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez, about a loophole. And I don't want to prejudge any conversation, but how might that play into this conversation?
Well, that would all depend on timing. If in fact the what's proposed is a vacate, it's still different. It's not a city right of way. There's a question about whether it's right of way at all, according to Mr. Penn. So it's maybe a little premature for us to reach a conclusion under the charter.
Okay, I think that is something we should look at, depending on how the conversation goes on number 21. But I do think this is pretty exciting, and I think I am in full support of the motion. I think this project has a lot of potential, and you made my morning with the bridge comment.
Alex? Okay, wonderful.
We're good.
So staying with the bridge and pedestrianization, everything, I'm going to call up Mr. David Martinez for item number 6, which is your item, Commissioner Samuelin, to expedite the opening of the Baywalk and move the reopening of the Baywalk up on the GeoBond prioritization list.
Yeah, thank you. And I'll just say a brief word and then invite David to add. Obviously, we got the bridge story and maybe a little bit of good news, which would be great. And David, I think this is a periodic item, maybe quarterly. Appreciate what you're doing. So I guess the punchline here is, can you give us any new developments, and is there anything you need from this body to accelerate?
Certainly. Just to recap, for those members that may not be familiar with what the city's doing with respect to finishing Baywalk segments, there's a total of 8 segments, unfinished Baywalk, that we're involved with in some form or another. I'm not going to spend too much time on the pedestrian bridge. I think you all covered that, so thank you for that. That one, of course, is a general obligation bond funded project. The other general obligation bond funded Baywalk projects are 3 segments: South Bay Club, Bay Garden Manor, and Bayview Terrace condominiums. We're currently working on those. What we're doing with those is doing all the preliminary work necessary to begin designs and begin the permitting process. So we have feasibility studies already and conceptual designs. Those will be vetted through the 3 different property owners, since obviously we need their consent and their signatures on applications. And then we'll begin the design process once we know what we're doing, and permitting. That could easily take at least 18 months. It's a very long process through especially the Army Corps of Engineer permit, but there is a path of moving forward. Just to accentuate, the city has not yet permitted or constructed an overwater Baywalk. So these are 3 of the first ones that we'd be looking at. The next segments that we're working with is actually with Mr. Galbut, and that has to do with the 3 segments behind the Mirador and Mondrian hotel properties, 1,000, 1,100, and 1,200 West Avenue. We are very accelerated there. We have already obtained permits. What we're doing, the city's involvement in this one is through a developer's agreement. We're facilitating the permitting process. Once that's complete, the owner will, or the developer will construct and maintain that segment. We've already have several of the required permits. We believe we're in the last leg of our Army Corps permit. We're being optimistic, and we're hoping that we might be able to get that this spring. There's been a lot of activity with it, so what that means is that that segment, in theory, the developer could begin construction of that shortly thereafter. So that's that one. The last segment that we're working on is a little challenging. This is a part of the scope of work under the West Avenue Phase 2 project that we've all been discussing. It's the segment behind the Lincoln Bay Towers at 1450 Lincoln Road. That property years ago entered into a Baywalk authorization agreement with the city, with the membership at the time. The current board membership has different opinions of what they want to do there or not. So we have engaged for quite some time now the city attorney's office, and we will be issuing them a notice of default in terms of that, because we obviously require their consent and execution of permits to move along. In addition to that, we also have to have signatures on permits from the Capri South Beach as we are connecting to their Baywalk, and that's a requirement, and that's pending also. So we'll continue to work on that, and it is a little tricky. And that's kind of it.
Great update. That's exactly the level we need to hear. Anything we can do to help? Is there anything that you need? What are the barriers? Where can we help? Because we all want this to happen as soon as we can do it right.
Sure. Out of all the ones I mentioned, I think they're all moving in the path they need to, other than the last one I just mentioned. I think until the point that we get it, and I'm referring to the Lincoln Bay Tower Baywalk component. We're going to be issuing the letter. I believe it's going to be offered for signature to the city manager in the coming days. That will be proffered to the property owner, and depending on what kind of reaction we get from that, we'll make a decision with the administration and determine what the next steps need to be.
Yeah, and the one thing I'd like us to think about, and then I'd like to yield to my colleagues who I think also have put a lot of energy into this, is I know that that Baywalk at the end is tied into the West Avenue project, and that's understandable. I get how we're there, but it seems like its own thing in some way, and I just wonder, David, if that's something you could explore as a potential expedited project or component of the project.
And it's a very valid point. It certainly is relatively independent from the remainder. That some little bit of work that might have to be done transitioning onto the street end, but other than that, it really is. We can explore that if for some reason there's a public benefit to moving that one separately. I don't think it's off the table, and I think it's worthwhile discussing further if we get to that point where it needs to be bifurcated from the rest of the project.
That's all I had, Mr. Chair.
All right, thanks for the update, David.
Did you want this to come back, Commissioner Samulin?
Yeah, I think, Tom, correct me if I'm wrong, aren't we on a quarterly update, 90 days?
Okay, so come back in May?
Certainly.
Okay.
Yeah.
That work?
And David, reach out to any of us if we can help facilitate any of the discussions you're having with some of the buildings or anything like that.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, great. Take a couple things out of order at a request of some of the audience. Item number 3, a discussion regarding amending the North Beach Town Center District to allow limited self-storage use. And this was my item. Who wants to come up and introduce this? This was a request of a very specific project. Who wants to tee that up? Eric, are you going to tee it up? Come on up.
Good morning, Commissioners. Ethan Wasserman with Greenberg Traurig, 333 Southeast 2nd Avenue, here on behalf of the property owner located at 331 69th Street. We're here today in support of this legislation. This is an important piece of legislation. As you're all aware, this property, my client's property, has a storage facility on it which does not comply with the current codes. If this property were to be redeveloped, the storage would have to go away as it's non-conforming. So this is really not an ask for anything new. The use is there today. We're just asking it to be incorporated into the allowable regs in the town center. So if we build a new project, storage uses can be inserted into the project. Thank you.
Yeah. I sponsor this. I mean, generally, I have nothing against self-storage. What I tend to have resistance on is just the visuals, right? These, they just pop out of the ground, and they, take up an entire city block, and it's just this, concrete wall. However, they're very useful and necessary for our residents to have. So I think it's important that we have self-storage in Miami Beach, and then the question really becomes of, how aesthetically can we incorporate them into a streetscape. And as you indicated, your client already has this in North Beach. It's used by residents. And as you articulated, he wants to do a redevelopment. If he does it, he loses this. So do you have visuals or anything?
Not of the project, but I do have a map. The project is something...
I'm supportive, but to the extent that anybody here needs to understand what your client has in mind, if we have visuals, if you guys need them.
I can bring for when we come back, just to help explain what you're getting at. The ground floor in the town center regs, as planning staff can tell you, requires activation. So a lot of glazing, a lot of windows. Right now there's none. It's blank walls. So on a new project, the ground floor will be fully activated. And the upper levels of the podium, that's where the self-storage use will be contained, fully concealed from view. It'll be completely screened behind an architectural treatment. So it's not what most people think of where you see the doors and the rolling bars. None of that will exist here. Yeah. And then in the upper level will be a traditional residential kind of small tower portion.
I mean, that's why I'm supportive. It just makes the neighborhood nicer. But they need us to allow for this change in zoning. Otherwise, it creates a whole bunch of other issues.
And I just want to add that I've seen this done in other parts of the county where you've got something that is, not very appealing, not a very appealing building, very warehouse-like building. And now you're actually still keeping some of the use to meet some of the needs of the community, just making it more active, more pedestrian activation, and bringing other uses into it. So I support this. Our community does need this type of use, and I get concerned when, in the name of progress, we do away with some other uses that the community does need. What ends up happening is that it ends up adding cost to the community. So thank you for this item. I think it's good.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just picking up on my colleagues' comments, I know public storage is an important part of it, and I just want to talk about other potential uses. I'm sure rentals, residential is in the mix, but I'll tell you, not a day goes by that we don't have businesses who are interested in moving to Miami Beach, and there's such huge demand. So I wanted to just raise the question about office as a potential use and get your initial thoughts.
Yeah, I can't speak for my client, but I'm certainly willing to go back and explain that there's been outreach to the commission for that type of use and see if they can somehow incorporate that into their vision for redevelopment of the site. I'd be happy to do that.
Okay, I would appreciate that.
Did somebody want to speak? Eric?
If the question is whether or not you would want it to be permissible, I mean, that's a question of whether you'd like to add something specific to the ordinance. As it relates to the project, the property owner, the applicant, will come back at some point in the future when they come to DRB, and they're going to evaluate, what's going to be, most advantageous and most efficient economically to work through this. And if office was something that was desirable, I'm certain that they'd be open to any incentives you might want to provide for that.
If I may, just a quick follow-up. So, question for Tom or Nick: is office for this general area, including this, currently permitted, or would we need to take action to enable it?
No, office is a permitted use in the TCC, so they could do office, residential, or even a combination.
And Mr. Chair, if I may, and the proposed language, and part of the reason why I support this language is that under Section 9A, it says that only those properties containing an existing self-storage as of January 1st, 2022 shall be permitted to have self-storage as a use in addition to commercial, office, residential, or any combination thereof. Speaking directly to the point about the need for office space, this legislation would allow that.
One point maybe for you all to think about, it sounds like there's a consensus that you don't want a proliferation of ugly warehouse, typical self-storage looking buildings, and we get that, and I think certainly our clients are responsive to that and sensitive to it and everything else. There's been a discussion with your planning director about the threshold of what's acceptable to put into a new reactivated building, a new development project that you would do. I mean, obviously the goal of the TCC district is to create activation on the street, create redevelopment of those properties and whatnot. And certainly, I think this is one of the projects coming forward that you're going to see that's happening. But, when we originally had, approached Commissioner Arreola for conversation about this, our thought process was that it could be a limit of up to 40% of the gross square footage permissible on the building, which is a different number than FAR. And your planning director, and we were sensitive to, we agreed to some changes to bring it down to 50% of the FAR. The difference between 50% of the FAR for the site that we're talking about, and I don't know how many sites it would apply to within the TCC, but not many. The difference is about 8,000 or 9,000 square feet of storage. And when we're talking about this project and the scale of the project and whatnot, that amount of difference between, the 8,000 or 9,000 square feet, it makes an economic difference to our client. There's no doubt about it whatsoever. And so to the extent that there was an appetite and Tom would be open to it, we think that that would be an appropriate threshold to consider. But we wanted to put it at the lower threshold initially, in deference to your staff and deference to you all, and just put the discussion in front of you to think about it.
If I might just follow up, Eric, so could you just clarify a little, what's in the ordinance and what would be your potential ask?
what's in the ordinance today is that if you have self-storage on site today or at the location today, and you redevelop the site, you can replace self-storage up to 50%. Below 50% of the available FAR in the site. Okay, that's in the ordinance today.
Yep.
We would like to have it read, if possible, if there be an appetite for it, up to 40% of the allowable gross developable square footage on the site, which on this particular site would create it's a delta of about 8,000 or 9,000 square feet.
Okay, so it's a little more room for the storage. I don't know how my colleagues feel. One, I'd like to hear from staff. Tom, do you want to?
Yeah, we did have this discussion with Eric and Ethan at length, and what we had explained to them initially was that our concern was that we did not want this to become a larger self-storage buildings. One of the biggest reasons that we were supportive of this is because, for a lot of reasons that Commissioner Arreola alluded to, but additionally, there is going to be an opportunity to redevelop what we consider a very strategic property at the very beginning of the town center area. And one of the benefits of the FAR increase is that it could facilitate and allow for this type of redevelopment. Recognizing that self-storage is a need, we wanted to make sure that it did not become the more dominant part of any future redevelopment project. The other thing, and I discussed this with my staff prior to drafting this, this ordinance is scheduled to go before the Planning Board on February 22nd. In reviewing the comprehensive plan, as drafted, this can be considered an accessory use because it's less than 50% of the floor area. If we were to modify it based upon a gross square footage, then the numbers that we were looking at previously, this would be a little bit over 50% of the floor area. I think it was closer to 60% of the floor area.
Would go to public storage?
Yeah, and which means that it would no longer be an accessory use. It would be a main permitted use. We would likely then have to amend the comp plan. We can do that, but we would need to then take a companion amendment amending the comp plan. So that's just something else to think about as part of the discussion.
If I could, and then I'll yield to my colleagues. I really believe we are at the cusp of something exciting with this business office use. And I would like to understand a little more of the intricacies Tom described. But from my view, and I'm curious to hear what my colleagues think, if it was an office use, I might be a little more amenable to flexing there. That's my opinion. I'd like to know more, but I just wanted to put that on the table as a possibility, and I look forward to hearing what my colleagues think.
Thank you. I've got a couple of questions.
Sorry, apologize.
That's okay. So I'm supportive of keeping storage in the area as opposed to not having storage and having people that need it right there having to drive to the mainland, so it doesn't make sense. But I'm also in favor of the aesthetics and making it a much more attractive experience for the community. So just help me understand on, do you know about how much square footage you have of storage unit space now?
I think
what I'm getting at is I want to compare how many, not just storage units, because you may have different sizes, but how much storage space you have now and what you would have in what you're contemplating.
Sure. So the allowable FAR on the property goes up to about 110,000 square feet. So if you stay under 50% of that, you're talking about a proposed use of 50, I don't know the exact math, high 50s. The current storage use on site today is, I think, around 20,000 square feet.
37.
37?
I thought it was 37,000 square feet. Is that accurate, Tom?
I think it was 36 and change.
Oh, well,
the number that you sent me.
Thank you.
And do you know what that is in terms of FAR on the site? If you're at 36,000.
So the site is, I think, roughly 38,000 square feet.
Okay.
And so the prior zoning, when it was non-conforming use, was RM2, I think, I want to say. And so it was a 2.0 FAR calculation. So theoretically, the site could have accommodated like a little bit over 60,000 square feet of storage if it had been maxed out previously.
But currently, if your site is 38,000 square feet and your storage is just under that, Commissioner Fernandez, they're actually at closer to a 1.0 FAR now. So they're way under what they're allowed to have currently at a 3.5.
Commissioner Richardson, do you yield just for?
Yeah, go ahead.
So what percentage, how does that compare to the percentage of FAR that they're requesting?
So they would be proposing to max out the FAR at 3.5, and under the code as drafted, they could have up to 49% of that allowable FAR as storage, which would be roughly about 50,000 square feet of storage.
52, I thought it was.
52,000. So they'd be going from about 37,000 square feet of storage to 52,000 square feet of storage. So it'd be about a 15,000 square foot increase from what they have now.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. I hadn't sidebarred with the planning director asking him this question, so thank you for that clarification. I yield back to you, Commissioner.
Thank you. So right now you have about, well, let's call it 37,000 square feet of storage, and this, you might go to 52. So tell me about the economics for your client in terms of preference for storage versus, as my colleague said, office space. So if you stayed at the 37,000 and had more space for office or residential, are the economics as favorable, or does the project work? Because I know that no project works unless the economics work.
Thank you. It's a good question. I think the answer to your question could be different depending on who the applicant would be, right? If you had a different applicant than our client there, or a different owner than our client there, they may have a different view of the world in terms of how they can make more sense economically. What I can tell you about our client is that their core business is storage. This is what they do. They own a lot of storage facilities in a lot of different places. And so for them, what makes this attractive is being able to do a new storage facility that will be more efficient, more attractive, a better property, creating value that way. So every square footage that they add of storage space for them is of far greater importance than the additional space that they have. And just to be clear, to kind of put a fine point on the question, if the threshold is what we are proffering or we're requesting, rather than the 50% of the FAR, 49% of the FAR, the square footage that would have been storage doesn't go away. It's just built as, whether it's commercial or residential or whatever, it still exists, just a different impact. And so for us, what we feel like is what our client feels like is if they're going to be operating a business on the site and the resources to run that business are the same, even if the storage use is larger, well, certainly it makes more economic sense to have more storage. So we would love to max out as much storage space as possible while still having a project that fulfills the goal of the TCC and activating the area, bringing people together, having activity and that kind of thing.
So how many storage units are there now? Do you know?
There's a series of mixes of
different sizes.
boxes. Yeah, so I don't know the exact number.
Okay.
Why don't you show them the list, the locations of where the people live, though, that rent it,
Yeah,
which I think is relevant for you guys to be aware of.
No, I know they live in the area. I got it. So, and that's exactly why we need storage in the area, as opposed to having people to drive a great distance just to get to their storage. It's a convenience thing. So, but what are all those units rented 100% of the time, or are some units
Very high percentage. It's a very successful storage facility.
Okay, I'd like you to get me those numbers if you can.
Sure.
So. One of the things I'm open-minded on this, on the storage. I want to hear more though, because it is a different types of activation in the community. So, having residential there, having if retail, if that's the plan, I assume retail would be on the ground floor. Is that
required?
So right, be activated, and then office. But it brings a different types of activation than public storage. And so, while the public storage is very necessary, expanding the number of units and the square footage is a different type of activation that I don't think is necessarily in the highest use. And that's why I ask about the economics. So I think these other uses like residential and office and retail, that is a better use, if you will. And I'm sure the demand, or well, I'm not sure the demand is there for expanding the storage. But I'm very supportive of the project because I want to get rid of what that building is now and have something much more attractive. But what I'd like is to learn a little bit more about the mix, because I would be leaning right now in having you replace the storage that you have, but not necessarily expanding it. But I'm not wedded to that because I haven't even talked through it or thought about the economics of the situation. I don't know economically how that works. So what do we need to do here today, members?
Can I just give you like feedback from the client?
Sure.
Because we've had some of this conversation. There's a point at which it makes sense to do a project and to build something new because it's a more beneficial business model for the long term,
right.
And then a point at which it's not. If the calculation is the only economic benefit that you get is the ability to build some residential units on top of exactly the same amount of storage that you have, I mean, I don't want to say that the client would absolutely say no and we're not doing a project, but there is a point at which you make it unattractive to investors to take a risk.
No, and that's why I asked the question, because the economics drive the project. No sane investor would go into a project if the economics don't make sense, and unless they're a philanthropist.
Well, when we told our client that there was going to be a request to limit the amount of storage to 50% of the FAR as opposed to 40% of the total gross square footage, and they lost 9,000 square feet or 8 and change, it was very painful. That was very painful for their pro forma for them. And, that small amount of loss creates a problem. If we get it back, it makes the project work so much better. But losing more than that, I don't know. I can't speak for them, but I don't know.
So we don't need to take the time today, and I appreciate that, but that's something I need you guys to come and educate me on, because I don't know what the economics are. I'm flexible. I'm not wedded to anything. I do know that storage brings a different type of activation than these other uses, but if the trade-off is the economics don't work and we wouldn't get an enhanced facility and we're stuck with what we have now, then that's the trade-off, and that's what I need to know more about. Okay?
Thank you. We'll do that
so
for sure.
Do we need to move this back to the commission?
Just a question. Because I share Commissioner Richardson's concern about activation, but we're talking here that any self-storage is above the ground floor. And so I just have a question. Let's say if we do go with the 40%, but it's the mix of other uses that could also perhaps be good on the pro forma for this. And so my question is, you guys are already going to or may have to potentially be looking at a restrictive covenant, and could perhaps this be fine-tuned, depending on what the combination of uses are. Say, as part of the restrictive covenant, we give you 40% as part of the restrictive covenant. We could, fine-tune the amount of storage depending on what the mix of other uses are. Does that make sense?
We'd be happy to explore that as the fine-tuning of the project progresses. We could do that.
And the other thing is, when you guys come and see me and educate me on this, because I really need to know more, come prepared to talk apples to apples or oranges to oranges, because I don't know how square footage compares to FAR. So if the 40% of the 50, I don't know how that number relates to the FAR, and I need to get those relatable so I can frame that.
We'll definitely schedule a meeting. We'll coordinate with your office and bring the client down and discuss their business model and how it works. Not a problem at all.
Okay. So what do we today, what are we moving this back to? We need to move this back to the commission?
Yeah, Tom, if we wanted to move this back to the full commission, how do we need to
So
bring this?
this was actually a dual referral. It was a dual referral to both the Land Use Committee and the Planning Board, and we noticed the ordinance as drafted before you for the February 22nd Planning Board. If you would prefer to continue this to the next Land Use Committee meeting and discuss it some more, you could do that, or if you'd prefer that the Planning Board go ahead and transmit it and then have this discussion at first reading, you could do that.
Yeah.
I'm in favor of moving it out of committee today.
Okay.
But I just want to make sure that we'll still have an opportunity to discuss this issue that I need to be further informed on.
Okay, now, with regard to that, there's a couple of different moving pieces here. What we have noticed for the Planning Board is the ordinance that is in front of you, which would limit the storage to 49%. If there is a desire to modify that to give them the flexibility to go to 40% gross floor area as they've proposed, there's one of two options that could accommodate that. One, the use could be converted to a conditional use, which would not require a comprehensive plan amendment. Or number two, we would add a comprehensive plan amendment, but we would have to move the item to probably the March Planning Board meeting because we would have to notice a comprehensive plan amendment. As it is, we may need to renotice this for March by making this a conditional use. I would need to discuss that with my staff and the city attorney to see how it impacted the title. So there's a chance we might have to move it to March anyway if we're going to make that change, whether we add a comp plan amendment or whether we modify it to be a conditional use.
Can I ask you a couple questions about that, Tom? And certainly we want to make sure that we go through the appropriate process so there's no questions about it. To the extent that there was an amendment, does the amendment have to be made at planning, or could it be made by the full commission when it gets to first reading without triggering the same concerns you have?
So let's say this version goes forward to Planning Board, and then it gets to Commission, and the Commission is okay with the modification. At that point, we'd have to decide whether or not that was significant enough to send it back to Planning Board.
Well, if it doesn't change the title,
what?
It wouldn't change the title,
well,
correct?
It would affect the title. And if we needed to add a comprehensive plan amendment, that would definitely have to go back to the Planning Board.
Without a doubt, that would have to go back to planning, but I'm trying to understand what in the title would change.
I wouldn't want to give you an answer on the fly, Eric. I'd want to take a look at it, discuss it with my staff and the city attorney. It's just, it could be an eventuality, that's all.
My suggestion would be if we could move forward as is, as the project or the concept has been vetted with the client. I think we'd like to meet with your office and explain, address some of your concerns. If the client feels, because they're not here to answer that question today, that we want to change the title block or go a different route, I'd certainly reach out to your office and then we could address the February or the March issue.
Okay.
Yeah, because I don't think this committee can change what's already been referred to the Planning Board because it was a dual referral, right?
You could make a recommendation for a modification, and if the sponsor agrees to change the ordinance, we could bring a revised ordinance to the Planning Board based upon your recommendation and the direction of the sponsor. The issue is that at this point we can't change the notice for the February 22nd. We would likely have to bring it to the Planning Board at their March meeting, that's all.
So it's your item, right? So what I'm wondering if we could do, rather than not be specific, but to recommend, I guess, the opportunity for them to look at other options, or
I think that's a good idea. If the committee's willing to do that, you could recommend in favor of both options,
right? And
then they could decide whether or not they want to go to Planning Board in February, or if need be, we would move it to the March meeting and bring it to you first reading in April.
And then if we give the Planning Board that option to look at that, it's still going to have to come back to Commission, right?
Correct. It would require 2 readings before the Commission.
So if we didn't like what they came up with, we don't have to adopt it.
Correct.
And Commissioner, you have our full. I'm sure this is implicit, but you have our full commitment that we aren't going forward on first reading or anything else until we've briefed you and had a full conversation and answer even any follow-up questions that you have.
So I think if it's your item, if you're willing to amend it to give a little bit more flexibility to the Planning Board.
No, so 100%, right? like, I don't have a very strong feeling about, you know, the percentage here. You know, it's not going to change, you know, my life. What I'm really interested in is this project moving forward, because I do think it's going to just help that area tremendously. And how close, you know, once we're sort of done with our stuff, assuming we get it done in the next couple of months, how ready is your client to begin the project? What's your timeline?
They move very quickly. They're actually self-financed, so they don't go out and get a construction loan. They actually do it themselves. So they're able to move quickly once we have a clear path forward.
Yeah, I mean, so I'd encourage us, you know, to try to make some decisions quickly, because this might be one of the, there's a few projects going on up there, but not enough. And so I would love to see something happening by the end of the year.
If I could put one fine point on something that, you know, we've tried to listen to and be sensitive to the concerns of the commission on, related to the long-term plans of the project and the property, is that short-term rentals are generally permissible within the town center district. We have voluntarily, and it was our idea to add language to the ordinance to, you know, voluntarily restrict short-term rentals. So they're not permitted if you take advantage of the opportunity to replace self-storage in the building. You're not going to have short-term rentals there as well. I think that's an important point for you all to be aware of. I wanted to make it for the benefit of anyone listening to the meeting. Commissioner Arreola, when we first spoke to him, said, you know, he was concerned about proliferation of that type of product, and we're sensitive to that. So they're not permitted if we do this project, just to be clear.
Right. No, and I think Commissioner Fernandez made a good point that the ground, regardless of what you do with the space, the ground floor is going to be the same, and so that's the key, the primary driver to the activation. So anyway, we'll talk about this more, but you have what you need, right?
Yes, I do. So we're going to bring this to planning board, and then we're going to wait to hear from the applicant if they want to pursue an option B, and if that requires moving that to March, we'll move it to March.
Does it require a vote, or is it by acclamation automatically?
I think by acclamation, everybody's.
Yeah, I think we're all in agreement.
Thank you.
Thank you guys. Have a good
Good
weekend.
luck to you. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. Okay, next item is Commissioner Samuelin's item number 9. Not controversial whatsoever. Discussion regarding preservation options for existing single-family homes in Miami Beach.
Yeah, I like the no-brainers too, Mr. Chair, so that's great. And this was initially Commissioner Gongora's item. I believe we have some folks from the public, so I'll just say a couple words. When we last heard this, we became aware of the opportunity for the HPB board and the DRB board to put their heads together, and they have done that. So I think at some point we really want to do a deep dive on all of that stuff. That said, one sort of low-hanging fruit, in my opinion, that appears to be on the table is we currently have no demolition fees at all in place, so as in zero. And that to me seems like a mess. And I think there's an opportunity there. And so I am open to hear from the public. Tom, if you want to tee us up a little bit. But my interest today, especially if it is the will of this body, is to sort of really focus a bit and accelerate this issue where we have absolutely nothing for demolition fees. Tom, can you help?
As I had mentioned in some of our briefings, we weren't able to finalize this memo for this meeting, and so if there was any information you were seeking with regard to the direction given at the October meeting, we could certainly provide a more comprehensive memo if this is moved to the March meeting. But as it pertains to the demolition fee, that is something that is fairly easy to institute. It's an amendment to Appendix A. It would be a first reading ordinance, and we would just need some general direction as to how you would like us to develop that, whether you wanted to apply to all demolitions or only demolitions within historic districts. But it would be a fee that would be imposed upon all of those types of demolitions.
Thank you, Tom. Mr. Chair, I believe we have a few folks from the public, if we could hear.
Thank you very much. Daniel Serrata with Miami Design Preservation League. So, yes, I also concur with Commissioner Samuelin's proposal. And I should mention something very important, which doesn't happen often, that the stars are aligned because the development side, and maybe you'll hear from some of them, as well as a resident, and preservation side, are in general agreement about the demolition fee. And actually, what I would like, maybe if you all like the idea, is that in between now and a future meeting, that these parties can meet and come up with some ideas, because if it's something that could have the support of the broader community, those are always nice things to go from. One thought that I have personally is that some of the funding can go towards like a resiliency fund for historic preservation or maintenance of buildings. We heard from Anna about building assessment costs, et cetera. So I think it's an interesting idea. I mean, there's obviously the broader conversation about how can we better, protect these single-family neighborhoods. But given like the time it is now, and that the staff hasn't even really reviewed all the recommendations, we think that the demolition fee for single-family homes, which is what the joint DRB-HPB recommended, is something that might have some political winds already blowing in the right direction. And so we'd love for your support of those further explorations with the different stakeholders on that.
Thank you for that. Tom, just a quick clarification, because the HPB and the DRB had a fulsome discussion. When they talked about demolition fee, did they address the question of whether it was all single-family homes or in historic districts? Do you know by chance on that?
I have my notes. And
do you have your notes?
Yes, and I believe it was for demolitions of single-family homes that are 50 years of age or older.
And that would be homes that are both inside and outside historic districts.
Okay, that was the clarification.
Hi, good morning, Commissioners. My name is Jack Vinglass, the former chair of the HPB. Thank you for having us today. On November 9th, there was a joint meeting of the Design Review Board and the HPB. 11 members were present. That's a quorum for both. And there was a unanimous vote to recommend 6 items to the Commission, and then the Commission sent them here. Today, we're here to ask for your movement on number 2. Did you hand out the forms? Do you have the? Okay, you want to hand them? So they number 2, which is the demolition fee only. There are certain other items on there that may be no-brainers as well, but today we're just looking to speak about number 2 and hope in the future we can move on to items 1 through 6, the other ones. So thank you for looking at our list, and we look forward to working with you. And we feel that this is very important, since I think this is the first time in about 30 years that the DRB and HPB got together and unanimously agreed on anything. So this is a very important issue. Thank you.
I have a couple of questions. Thank you. So I don't know if this is for staff or maybe the public, but have we talked about what a rough order magnitude or a range of a demolition fee would be, and would it be based on a flat amount per demolition, or would it be based on square footage, or are we that far in terms of thinking about that, or?
We have not at staff. Daniel, I don't know if you have anything to add.
Yeah, and that's something that I think we should have the parties meet to concur, but there were numbers being floated around. I just don't know if right now is the best time to do it, but there was a talk about a flat fee with a difference between a waterfront fee and a dry lot fee, because those are sort of the two types of lots that exist in the city.
So is it the recommendation that we bring this back, that we give the parties time they want to get together and come up with some proposals, or what do you think?
My preference, if you'll yield,
Yeah,
Commissioner
no,
Richard, I think that on this one specific item, I think that I sense staff has no objections and thinks that there may be an opportunity, if I could, put that language out there. I would be of the mind to proceed with some demolition fee with the distinction between waterfront and dry. Let all the parties, including the development community, the residents, the administration, obviously I'll step in. I think where we're down to is plugging a number or two, but I'd like to move that to the commission for first reading. I think it would need to go through 2 readings. Nick, Tom, is that accurate?
Tom, do you think an LDR amendment is necessary for this?
I think that we can do this under Appendix A. However, one thing I wanted to mention is that we will need to develop this in consultation with the legal department and the building department, because we need to make sure that this is defensible and that it's not something that is going to cause a challenge that could end up having it thrown out. So I think we would need to develop it. I think that if it's the will of this committee, if you wanted to move it to a first reading, we could work internally to develop something, do some outreach to the affected parties before first reading to get their input, and then when it's ready, bring it to the commission for first reading. But Nick, I think we can do it in Appendix A. If it turns out that we need to amend the LDRs, we could bring it to the commission as a referral to the planning board.
Okay.
So that would be my preference as Tom described.
Let me follow. So Daniel, if I could just ask a question, because you I think were the one mentioned that you wanted time to work with others. So
2 months maybe?
Yeah, so Tom, you said you could work on it, but then I'm wondering how we're going to get this public input if we don't allow.
We could do it one of 2 ways. If they wanted to give us some proposals, we could take their proposals and study those. Ultimately, whatever we bring to you will need to be form approved. And so internally,
I'm sorry, it'll have to be what?
It will have to be form approved. And so we will have to make sure that it passes legal sufficiency and it's something that we have a comfort level recommending.
Can we hear from him?
Yeah, I mean, I would, I know there's well intended, and it's, you know, depending on the specifics, I could be somewhat supportive, but I don't see why we have to send this to the full commission right away. This thing still needs to be baked. I mean, I have concerns, don't know what the fee is. I'm not sure that I'm in agreement on the 50 years because it's younger than I am, and I know homes that were constructed during my lifetime in the 60s and early 70s aren't that particularly beautiful, and I have a concern about you know, affordability in our city. Like a lot of times, you know, young families, the only homes they can buy are older homes, you know, whether it's in the 60s or 70s, and those are the affordable ones. They will want to knock them down and build homes for their families, and so if we raise the fees for those kinds of homes, I think we make this city less affordable for young families. So there's a lot to be fleshed out here. I'm not opposed to it at all. I'm supportive in many, many ways. But I don't see why we have to send it to the full commission just yet till we flesh it out a little bit more. So I'm going to have some objections, not to the direction of this, but just the pace, because I have a lot of questions, and I think our colleagues will appreciate that we fully flesh this out in land use. So that's where I'm going to be on this. So I'm not going to be supportive to send it to the full commission.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, committee members. Jeff Burkow, 590 Lakeview Drive. And as one member of the real estate development community, I certainly have no objection in concept to the demolition fee. We've been discussing it with our clients, and we'd be happy to work on it with you and Mr. Seraldo and his group. But I do want to make a comment about the process and the way this matter got here, and I'd like to do it now because I didn't have a chance on November 9th. Commissioner Samuelin, I know you're a big advocate of process, but the way this matter got here completely shreds the entire notion of process. It was referred to this committee by the commission last fall for discussion of incentives only with an express prohibition on involuntary designation discussions. The Land Use Committee then sent it to the joint boards with the same prohibition and said incentives only. Instead, those boards went rogue. Under the direction of Chairman Finglass, who shut off all public testimony in violation of the Bill of Rights, the boards approved a series of motions that collectively constitute involuntary designation of single-family homes. That should not be countenanced and should not proceed any further. Incentives, yes, but involuntary designation, no. Thank you.
So I have a recollection of that because I think I may have made
You were
that
the one
motion.
who made the statement.
Yeah,
Yes.
so absolutely, because I don't support that today. So, but let me ask you this question. Do you believe that this item number 2, the discussion of a demolition, is within the scope of what we referred?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I do too, but I want to make sure. So,
Absolutely.
So I'm going to ask Daniel the same question of not that question, a different question, but just hang on, because I agree with the chair. This needs to be vetted a little bit more before I think it goes back.
Right.
But so I've heard fee and difference between water and land, and I'm not right now understanding why there would be a different fee. Is it based on the value of the land? Because if you're just talking about taking the same size structure down on land versus on inland versus water, I don't understand at this point why the fee would be different, but I can be educated.
I personally agree with you. I'm not sure there's a basis for distinguishing between waterfront and non-waterfront when it comes to demolition.
Okay,
I
Daniel,
could be convinced.
I want to ask you the same question because I'm just trying to understand, would the difference be because there's an imputed higher value on the water?
That was in our discussions with the other side. That was mentioned that, waterfront properties have a certain total value that maybe dry lots, as we call them, may not have. So that's where I think it would be interesting to see different ideas, how it's calculated, for example. Because obviously, let's say, a waterfront building on Star Island, it might have a certain value, and maybe a dry lot on North Bay Road might have a different value. So that was sort of where we were trying to navigate, the difference with those potential fees.
Yeah, I think we need to be careful that it be a fee and not a tax. And when you start to talk about value, it sounds like a tax.
That's why I asked the question, because exactly. So,
size of the property, yeah, that makes sense. But value,
yeah. So I'm very supportive of the concept, but I'm going to need more information. And I see Nick wants to tell us something, Chairman.
I just want to weigh in briefly to say I think part of the committee's discussion should be focused on what the fees will be used for, because I think that may inform the formula and whether there is really a difference between wet and dry.
Okay, and Mr. Chair, because I know we've got a rich agenda here, I hear my colleagues loud and clear. I want support, so I think what I would like to do is bring it back to the next meeting. Let's let the parties, with staff and myself, engage on the specifics that we talked about. Really want to keep that initial discussion focused on number 2, and so we'll bring it back.
And Chairman, does everybody think we'll be ready at the next meeting, or you need 2 months? April?
That works for me.
I was going to suggest that too, Mr. Chair.
Good.
And Mr. Chairman, I see one hand on Zoom.
Was there a hand up?
Tanya Ba, you have 2 minutes.
You can keep it. I've got a copy.
Hi, thank you for taking my, well, it's not a talk, thank you for taking my comments. I have a couple of questions for you. As you go through the process of figuring out what this is going to look like, and I think the comment to look at what the use for the fees will be is a very good one, and I think that should be a big part of the collaboration of working together to get to the right answer on all of this. I would say that perhaps prioritizing infrastructure, which is brittle at best right now, would be great, as well as historic preservation, which is why people come here in the first place. But I have a question about, is there a view to differentiating between fees imposed for people who are trying to improve the building or their property versus those who engage in demolition by neglect? And if there isn't, I think that should definitely be part of the consideration set, because as it stands now, despite Commissioner Ariola's excellent amendment to the land use regulations about the presumption clause a couple of years ago, which is great. There are still people, as we know, who really don't care about the laws and are actively engaged in demolition by neglect. So I think that is a clear opportunity to include that in the conversation. And I wonder if it's not possible to put together a fee structure based on, as you were starting to allude to, just the value of the land. So those are my comments. I think the land value concept would sort itself out and not have to worry about wet lots versus dry lots. And again, the infrastructure and historic preservation to me would be the best uses of those fees, particularly since the demolition of buildings is the least sustainable and least eco-friendly way to create a new home or building structure of any kind, as it's well documented. So there should be, sort of an impact, an environmental impact cast to this conversation as well. Thank you for taking my comments.
Chairman. So we're going to bring it back in April, and so when the parties all get together, obviously we're looking at how you might structure this. I'd also like you all to consider if there are any costs to the city, right? So, because if we're going to have a fee, then I think we should at least consider recovering the cost if there's a city cost. And if we're going to have some sort of fund, oftentimes these buildings, these homes have to be demolished because they're too low and there's a resiliency issue. So it does seem to me that maybe we should at least consider, resiliency infrastructure like roadways and things like that to improve our communities. And so I'm not wedded to anything, and I look forward to hearing all of the ideas, but I think that at least should be considered. So, and that's my only comment. Final. Thank you.
Chair. Come on up and go ahead.
Yeah, and just quickly, I'm supportive of the comments that have been made by my colleagues. I'm just gonna add to that. This is gonna be a theme that I'm gonna have, which is, when we're talking about fees, and I think fees are important, especially when we're talking about the demolition of properties, but also talking about incentives for the person that's not demolishing. It's easy for us to say, let's do the fee for the person that's demolishing, but we also want to talk about incentives. And it just doesn't apply in this aspect of historic preservation, just in other aspects of our government, that we're always fast to the fees, but not to the incentive to encourage the good behavior. And this is going to be a theme of mine over the next 4 years, because I think our government needs to look at this. By the time we're talking about fees for demolition, well, it's too late. And we've forgotten about the whole purpose. So I just want us to keep the theme of incentives as part of this conversation.
So, Chair, I think that's a great idea. And so one of the things that you all could look at when you're doing this is if there is a pot of money that is generated from the demolitions, then we may be able to use that as incentive money for people who make the decision not to demolish.
That's right.
And give some sort of grant or something like that. I like that idea.
I like that idea,
but let's explore everything and see what comes back.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that. I got a bunch of notes on this, Commissioner Fernandez. The incentives is important because this is a long, very interesting and very important conversation. So that's what part of why I wanted to keep it in committee is, we might have to spend an hour or more, a couple times trying to get through it, because it's loaded with a lot of things like property rights and preserving our heritage, and there's a lot of things that can conflict at times. Incentives is the big one for me because I think sometimes we try to approach things from the prohibition side, right? So that's what an involuntary designation would do, and that kind of freaks people out. It freaks me out. But it's also well intended because you're trying to preserve our heritage and the beauty and the aesthetics of neighborhoods and all of that.
I would say let's also explore incentives at the same time and really think outside the box. So, like, you know, if because it's happening now, right, in Star Island and all the islands, people with, you know, unlimited funds will buy, and they will pay whatever fee we impose, so long as it's not a tax and therefore unconstitutional. So I don't think we'll get there by imposing fees as a disincentive for these folks. I mean, you know what kind of money they're spending. But might we think about it from an incentive perspective, and this would probably would have to go to voters, give them extra FAR if they keep the existing home. They could build around it. We'd give them additional FAR. That's the incentive, right? Don't knock down the building. We'll give you an additional FAR bump if you preserve. Like, let's start thinking creatively about these kinds of things, because we're not going to get there through a prohibition, because they'll just outspend whatever amount. When someone's buying a home for $70 million, $100,000 demolition fees, you know, insignificant. So let's workshop this. I'm very supportive, but I'm also going to draw a hard line on things that are not legal, right? That are unconstitutional. We're not going to be successful supporting. Okay.
Yep. Great. Oh, please.
Hi, my name is Sarah Giller Nelson. I am on the DRB. I've been on it for 2.5 years. Thank you, all of you, for reappointing me last month. I was at the joint DRB-HPB meeting, and I just thought it was important for somebody from the DRB to come here and give a perspective on the importance of this topic. I have seen in just the last 6 months of almost 40 pre-1942 historic homes demolished. So this is something that is very timely, and that's only in the last 6 months. It is disheartening. It is shocking. It has been called a bloodbath, and it's so hard to sit through those meetings and to also listen to members of the public who are constantly coming in and protesting and talking about it. This is a real and important issue to our community. We had a very productive, interesting discussion with the joint boards, and when a lot of these issues that you're talking about with the incentives and use of the demolition fee, we got some very, very good ideas generated from that, and I really want to encourage you to read the notes, even rewatch the video, because a lot of what is starting to come up here is what we came up with during that. I also wanted to reiterate that these boards are experts that you've appointed. And, I want to urge you to listen to the experts, listen to what we have to say, listen to our experience when we say this is something that is urgent and important, and it is something that is cared about by many members of our community. I will also say, too, I agree, incentives are a great way to go. One of the important points, too, is that moving timeline of 50 years as opposed to a set year. And one of the other ideas that was presented in that joint meeting was to shift the demolition decisions from the DRB to the Historic Preservation Board. And what that would do is make it so if there are homes that aren't, I don't believe that every house, just because it is old, is worth saving. But if there are homes that should be demolished, then it gives the opportunity. It is not a mandate. It's not a complete prohibition. But the structure is there, and I think if things were restructured, then this process would go along much more smoothly, and many more parties would be satisfied. So I encourage you to take those reports very seriously. Thank you. And I'd be happy to I'd love to continue discussion and meet with anybody to talk a little bit more about the ideas.
That's great.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I could just wrap. I think this has been a great conversation. I want to thank the HPB and DRB, particularly Jack and Sarah, for coming. And I want to thank my colleagues, Mr. Chair, and also Commissioner Fernandez and Commissioner Ariola for the thoughtful perspectives, including the idea of incentives and how that links, and especially the FAR idea. I think that's pretty intriguing, too. So I am in complete alignment with my colleagues. We'll come back in April. We'll do some work in between. This will be a community-driven process, and we'll bring it on back.
Okay, colleagues, I don't have any more requests for taking things out of order, so I'll take volunteers if There's folks in the audience, have been here. Sir, what item are you here for? Number 8. Okay, let's take number 8. This is Commissioner Samuelins. Discuss quality of life strategies for dealing with future and existing apartment hotels in the south of 5th area. Something, again, that's not controversial.
Yeah, I'll just say a word, and then maybe, Tom, you could sort of update us. But clearly, we've had some concerns in that neighborhood. There's a whole range of things that we're talking about at various levels. But one of the things this body did is ask the administration to see what we could do to improve. And so, Tom, let me bounce it over to you to give us an update.
Sure. At the when the Land Use Committee discussed this item on October 19th of 2021, they gave direction to the administration to work on a couple of things and come back with a report to the Land Use Committee. So I'll just go through those very briefly. The first was to study potential strategic increases in FAR and height within RPS 1 and RPS 2 districts for the limited purpose of incentivizing the conversion of existing apartment hotels to residential uses. Attached to this item is a draft ordinance that would create such an overlay within the RPS 1 and RPS 2 districts. The height portion of it is legislative. However, the FAR portion does require voter approval. We do think that these are very modest increases that are proposed in FAR and height relative to both of these districts, and they would make them still consistent with the RPS 3 district, which is the neighboring district. So we are supportive of this. We have had conversations with one property owner who is developing an apartment hotel now who did express interest in such an incentive and how it could affect their conversion potentially of an apartment hotel that's under construction via renovation to a residential apartment. So if the committee was favorably disposed to this, we would recommend that you move this to the full City Commission for consideration as a referral to the Planning Board. The other item that the committee asked us to address was the resident supervisor requirements for apartment hotels being fully enforced. We have engaged with the Code Compliance Department. All BTRs for apartment hotels in this area have been updated with a requirement for the resident supervisor and their contact information. That information has been provided on the BTR. We also have required that all of these properties post the name and contact information of these resident supervisors. We are currently following up with Code to enforce that. We did send letters to all these properties, and Code Compliance has recently issued some violations in that regard. The administration will prepare a draft for a 4th Street overlay. We do have some concepts that we think would be very good for such an overlay. Those would include alcoholic beverage use restrictions for properties on the north side of 4th Street, as well as some potential height regulations for properties on the north side of 4th Street. We can either further refine these and bring these back to committee, or if you'd like us to convert these to an ordinance and bring that ordinance to the City Commission for referral to the Planning Board, we could do that. It's legislative. It doesn't require voter approval. The next item was, in conjunction with the parking and police departments, look at the code provisions regarding the use of handicap play cards and their enforcement. As you're aware, an item was approved at first reading on Wednesday that required that these play cards also have a residential permit so that employees of area restaurants could not use these, or valet operators could not use these within the residential districts. A separate meeting with affected residents shall be scheduled with the Transportation Department to provide a status update on traffic calming for the south of 5th area. The Transportation Department did have a very productive meeting with a number of the stakeholders in the south of 5th area, and a follow-up meeting has been scheduled for the coming weeks in order to further discuss that. And then finally, a meeting will be organized with all applicable city departments and affected stakeholders within the south of 5th area to further discuss ways to improve residents' quality of life. We did have 2 productive meetings with the various stakeholders. The first meeting went over all of these issues that we had discussed at the LUSC, and then a follow-up meeting was more specific to businesses that were problematic for the residents. And so we were able to have both of those meetings. We are certainly open to having additional meetings in the future. should the stakeholders desire to further engage with city staff. So that's it for the report. In terms of action, the only two action components of this would be the potential referral of the RPS2, RPS1 overlay legislation to incentivize the conversion of apartment hotels to residential uses, and the referral of an action item to the commission to refer to the planning board to create a 4th Street overlay.
And Mr. Chair, if I may, Tom, just to clarify, because I am supportive of the incentives, the overlay and the incentives, are they linked, or do you see two separate opportunities there?
The RPS1, RPS2 overlay, they are linked now as drafted because it's both a height and FAR incentive. And the reason that they're linked is because if you do have a slight increase in FAR that's approved by the voters, you will want a little bit of additional height to allow the distribution of that volume. If the voters did not approve the FAR increase, the commission could still consider a height increase because that is legislative and that does not require voter approval. So if it was the will of the committee to separate those, we could. We brought them together because we felt they worked better hand in hand.
Okay, great. So to focus the conversation, and I believe we have maybe a couple folks, we certainly have at least one here. For me, I am supportive of the administration's recommendations around incentives. It seems interesting. We just had this conversation, and when we ran into, let's say, I'll call them challenges down there, my first reaction was, what do we do? And two, can we incent better behavior? So I think that's what the administration has in front of us. So I, for one, am supportive of moving that forward. The second issue that I want to go a little deeper on, and I don't know if Hernan is somewhere with us, is the code and the enforcement, particularly around the supervisor. That, to me, is a critical item. I want to really delve deep. I'd love to hear from my colleagues in the public, but those are the two biggest opportunities to me.
Didn't understand the other thing, the code enforcement, the supervisor. So
Yeah,
if you could just...
if I could, thank you, Commissioner. So there's a requirement that these buildings have a supervisor to oversee what's going on. They actually live there. Now the question is, how do we make sure they're doing what the rules say? How do we make sure we have the checks? How do we make sure, if we have the carrot of the incentives, that we have the stick if they're not doing that? And I know we brought in some additional folks for code this year. That was a budget enhancement related to short-term rentals. So I'd like to really delve into that a little bit with the frequency of the checks, the reporting on that, because I think that's a key factor. Commissioner, does that help?
Yeah,
okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair? Yeah. And I just want to ask, because certainly we want to be supportive of the incentive. I certainly support strongly the incentive, but I also want to make sure that we do have built into this legislation and the language of it a mechanism to ensure that in exchange of getting this incentive, they agree to keep rentals to a minimum of 6 months and a day. And I want to ask our attorneys, do we have a way of incorporating that into this language?
So, thank you, Commissioner Fernandez. So as this body knows, we're preempted under state law from doing a lot of things with regard to short-term rentals. But we've come up with a model, and we've used this now a couple times, where if an applicant wants to avail itself of an incentive that the commission is creating, that the applicant has to voluntarily agree to proffer a restrictive covenant that they would not rent any units on the property for a period of time of less than 6 months and a day. I say voluntary because
it's an incentive.
What we're talking about is an incentive here. Right. We're not requiring on everybody in a particular zoning district. It's if you want to avail yourself of this incentive.
And we have precedent of doing this already in the past, from what I gather. I recall the planning board, we've discussed this.
And Commissioner, if I could just add, in the RPS1 and RPS2 districts currently, short-term rentals are already prohibited. So any conversion to a residential use in those districts, they would not be allowed under current code to do short-term rentals.
Good.
So now, in terms of belts and suspenders, it might be a good idea to include the language Nick was talking about in case the state ever tries to preempt us.
Yeah, because the state is attacking us now left and right on this issue, and so I don't know. I would feel more comfortable if we include some sort of language like that, just out of an abundance of caution, have our own layer of protection there.
If I may, if my colleague would yield, I would have no objection to that. I think it's a good suggestion, and would ask when we finalize our motion that be included.
Thank you so much.
So let me ask, Tom, can you, because Commissioner Samuelin is talking about the incentives and wanting to, sounds like move that forward. Can you just, I didn't understand what incentives we're going to provide and where the funding for those incentives are going to come from.
So the incentives are solely zoning incentives. It would not cost the city any money.
Okay.
Right now, for instance, in the RPS 2 district, the maximum FAR is 1.5. Under these incentives, if you have any, and these would only apply to properties with existing apartment hotels. So if you have an existing apartment hotel in the RPS 2 district, whether up and running or under construction, and you decide, and these pass, and you decide, okay, I'm going to convert the whole thing to residential apartment, you would then be able to add additional floor area up to 1.75, and you would get additional height. That additional floor area and height would need to be approved by either the DRB or HPB, depending on where your property is located. But that would be the incentive for converting the use from a transient use to a permanent residential use.
Okay, thank you. So just so I'm clear, and Commissioner Samuelin, I want to make sure you're on the same page that Tom's on and your incentives. So I'm looking at page 59 of our handout, and section 142-694 nonconforming uses lots. So there's some underline there which suggests changes. So that's what you're referring to as the incentives, right?
Yes.
And Tom, you're
correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
Okay, good. And I think we want to.
Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon, members of this committee, members of the administration. My name is Matthew Goltanoff. I don't really want to mince words here, but well, first let me start by saying I think that the part of the update that you gave, there was very great progress, I believe, in the neighborhood amongst those items. But this proposal to modify the zoning code in those two districts, I think, is a terrible idea. First, we're referring to how many properties right now actually have an apartment hotel in those two zoning districts.
Within that area, I believe that there's either 6 or 8 properties that have apartment hotels.
Okay. I mean, I'm familiar with a handful of them, but perhaps there are up to 6 or 8. But look, this is a very successful neighborhood. It's one in which I've lived in a number of years, one of which we've chosen to raise our family, a lot of our neighbors as well. And one of the reasons for that, or the main reason, is the built environment. The height increase that's proposed today, if you look at the zoning code and you read through it and you see what RPS 1 and RPS 2 are currently allowed today, it's 40 feet. Sorry, I don't have the exact details, but I believe it's 40 feet for one of those and 45 feet for the other. And we're proposing up to 20 feet in additional height. That's a large increase. I'll also add that for a number of the recent projects which have been very successful, height has not been a limiting factor. It's been FAR. The projects have all been maxed out on FAR. They have extremely high ceilings. There's a project at 311 Meridian Avenue, which had a historic property previously, and that was, there's a plaque on there. It's a super Class A residential building, 13-plus foot ceilings, I believe, in that facility. There's also one at 3rd and Ocean. But again, height is not the issue here. So I really have a lot of concerns, and I believe that a lot of our neighbors would have concerns as well. And, I don't remember this being discussed at any sort of neighborhood meeting. This is a pretty substantial change for the inner core of the residential neighborhood that is low scale, up to about 50 feet today. So, I would just caution everyone here, take it a little bit further, reach out to the community more. I think that if you were to poll residents of this neighborhood, many of them would be unaware that there's a substantial increase in height. And even if it only is 6 or 8 properties, it sets a terrible precedent going forward. So I really would urge you all to slow down for a moment here, hit the pause button, and let's see really if there is community support for a large increase in height.
Can I ask Tom? Tom, and thank you. So, how does height? So right now, you think there's 6 or 8 properties that would potentially benefit from the incentive?
Correct. If they decided to do it, it could be that only 1 or 2 decide to do it.
Yeah.
There's no requirement that they do it. This would just be an option for them.
And do you know how height would play into this? So because it's basically a change in the FAR, but how much could height go up if you could just estimate?
So the height increases that we've been proposing are as follows. For properties in the RPS 1 district, where the maximum building height is currently 45 feet, the height increase would be to 55 feet. Now, if you're a lot that is 50 feet wide or less, which a lot of these are, the maximum height would be 50 feet. Currently, the maximum height is 40 feet. In the RPS 2 district, the maximum height would be 65 feet, and the maximum height currently is 50 feet. So they would get a 15-foot increase. Now, if your lot is 50 feet wide or less, the maximum height would be 60 feet. Currently, I believe that height maximum is either 40 or 45 feet. The reason that we had gone a little bit higher or proposed to go a little bit higher in the RPS 2 district is because the FAR was going up, and we wanted to make sure that there was enough room to distribute that volume. We didn't want the buildings to become too clunky or too bulky.
Okay. And where did the incentive plan, did you draft that, or
Yes.
where did that come?
When this item was referred last fall, the administration was tasked with coming up with some ideas to address quality of life issues and to come up with some incentives to get people to agree to convert their existing apartment, hotel, transient uses to a residential use. And so that's why we came up with something that we have seen as being a very tangible incentive, and that is a little bit of additional floor area. Matt's correct. It would have an impact on the built scale, character, and context of that area. And all new projects, including any additions that would take advantage of that, would require either HPB approval if it falls within an historic district, or DRB approval if it doesn't. And we would rely on those boards to ensure that the new FAR and height is executed in the most sensitive, compatible manner as possible. But in fairness to him, it would have an impact. We think it would be more minimal, and I think it's one of these things where you have to weigh what's more important. Is it more important to incentivize the removal of these transient uses for a little bit more height and massing on limited properties, or is it better to preserve that scale, character, and context completely and then address the behavior of these transient uses through enforcement proceedings?
Yeah, and I think that's a problem. I think anything we can do within reason to get rid of them. So what, if we were to take action on this today, it would be a referral or it would go back to the commission?
We would need to bring it to the commission as a referral to the planning board, and the city attorney would also need to draft a ballot question because the proposed increase in FAR would require voter approval. Now, from a timing standpoint, it would need to move pretty quickly in order to meet the time frame to get the ballot question approved by July to get on the November agenda.
So this could not happen even if the commission, we'd have to move it to planning, but this could never happen unless the voters decide.
Correct. We would bring a first reading ordinance to the commission, but second reading adoption would not occur until December.
If my colleague would yield for just a second, Tom, just to clarify, the FAR certainly needs voter approval.
Correct.
The height element, is that something within the purview just of the commission?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so the FAR would, the height we could do.
And, Mr. Chair, please. Process-wise, let's say this gets adopted and we send this to the voters and the voters adopt. and let's say I own an apartment hotel. What's the process then that I would follow to benefit from this incentive?
You would hire an architect. An architect would either design an addition, or if you're outside of an historic district and don't have a contributing building, an architect could design a new building. You would then bring it to the applicable development review board, either HPB or DRB. They would review it, and if it's approved, you would be able to construct that. But you could only construct it as a residential use. And any existing, so if you kept your existing building and did an addition, all of the existing apartment hotel units would have to be converted to residential use, long-term.
Okay, but so if we pass this, they would still have to go through approvals. It's not something that they would get automatically. They would
Correct.
have to go through a layer of approvals. I want to say I'm supportive of this. Since I got elected, there's no issue that I have gotten more phone calls about on a daily basis than the issue of apartment hotels in South of Fifth and the desire for those to disappear. And I think an incentive is a good way of doing it. I joked about this yesterday, but I joked with them, are you trying to create a vacancy on the city commission by killing a commissioner by the amount of phone calls and pressure I'm getting on this issue? So I support this because the community has spoken loudly about the desire of having to address this problem. And we have to respect property rights. People have property rights. We just can't yank them away, but we can encourage them and work with them to do something that's better to the quality of life of the residents. And I hear what Matthew is saying about the built environment, but you know, built environment is one thing, but then another thing is behavioral problems that come with these apartment hotels, and how do we, you know, remove this property right that has existed, that none of us created, but that we're trying to work with the community and doing away with. At the end of the day, the voters are going to vote on this incentive because it has to go to the voters because of the FAR. So the community, the entire community, is going to be able to engage in this process. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I have two hands from the public.
Two hands, okay.
Okay, the first one is Wayne Roberts.
Okay, Wayne.
Thank you very much.
Give him 15 seconds, Nick. Yeah, 15 seconds, Wayne.
Rick, yeah, I know you love me, man. So
I enjoy our repartee, Wayne.
Good. I agree with the city. I would tweak it a little. I don't want to incentivize the landowner if they're not playing ball, right? So if you make this rule and 20 years from now they convert it, they would still be able to. And that's really not what the objective is. The objective is to have a carrot and stick approach with these landowners. And I disagree with Alex to some degree that, you know, the city kind of made a mistake in these buildings, approving things that weren't supposed to be approved. And so they didn't really have these rights. It was just, you know, a mistake. We'll call it a mistake. So, but I would put a limit of time in terms of, so that they don't benefit, they don't get an economic benefit and not play ball. Thank you very much.
Oh, we have one more caller?
One more caller, David Suarez.
David?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. You guys are all under the assumption that these short-term hotel developers are going to take the carrot. They're not. They put in millions of dollars to open up a hotel in the middle of a residential neighborhood. They're not condo developers. They are not experienced enough to open up condos, even if you give them a modest increase. What they want to do is they want to open up a hotel. So if this was Russell Galvin, for example, he would make an excellent project into a resident building. But if you think that giving them the opportunity to add an extra height is going to change their whole business model, you're wrong. They have the building. What leverage does the city have to say, okay, you know, now we'll give you an extra floor? That they're not going. They would rather just have an asset that's just going to give them a cash flow instead of having to rehire architects and go through the historic preservation board, go through possibly years of more approvals, as opposed to what they originally came in for. Now, as far as code goes, if you guys really want to help the neighborhood, and there's an existing apartment hotel called Casa Sophie, 735 2nd Street. What happens is you have 6, 7, 8 people book a room, they all pitch in $10, $15, and they rage for the weekend and they destroy the neighborhood. Let's have a maximum occupancy of 2 adults and 2 children. And immediately cut out half the problems that are associated with these. If you really want to.
So
the amount of people that can actually go in there. Because
Okay, so thank you, David. So part of the problem of potentially changing our short-term rental grandfather provision is that the state has preempted it, and there have been fear all over Florida that if we tweak that, we will lose the grandfather clause. So, but with that, so it sounds to me like Commissioner Samuelin, you've moved this item.
Yeah, I have a couple more comments when you finish.
So,
but yeah, I like the incentives, and but I want to have a little more discussion on enforcement, et cetera.
Yeah, so I'm going to second this because I think it needs more work, but there is a timeline here that we have to stay on if it is going to go on the ballot. Now, it may come back from planning, and they may say they don't recommend the FAR piece, they recommend the height piece. But I think given the time sensitivity and it's going to be heard at least another 3 or 4 votes. So I'm going to second your motion.
That's great.
And I'm going to include the provision for no short-term rentals.
Yep.
And then, did you want to include a sunset provision?
Yeah, Tom, that's what my sticky I just wrote myself said to ask, because David raises some good points, but candidly, we don't know what we don't know. And at a certain economic threshold, maybe they would sell to someone else, maybe they would do it, or maybe they won't. And so I think a sunset, Tom, would you generally be supportive in this case?
Actually, normally I'm always a little concerned about sunset provisions. In this particular instance, though, it may help jumpstart.
That's right. I think so.
And I think maybe a 2 to 3 year sunset provision to make sure that people can go through the process and get through any transactions that would be needed.
I think that's great. I'll yield.
You'll yield to that. So my only concern with that is that if we put a sunset provision in it and then it goes on the ballot, then if this body decided they didn't want it to sunset, you'd probably have to go back to the ballot rather than just letting the commission cancel it if they don't like it.
Can we include language on the ballot about them?
Yeah, but you only have so many words, right? So that's why I don't think the sunset in this case could work, because we may decide that we don't want it to sunset, and then we'd have to go back to a second referendum, I think.
Well, I have 2 thoughts. One is that I don't know if extending the sunset is really an increase in zoned FAR that requires voter approval, right? Once the voters have approved it, it's in the code. If we extend the sunset, is that really an increase? The other is we can try to build it into the question.
I'm okay with that.
Good. And yeah, I think if we can do it, I think the sunset, particularly in this case, has value. Question, Mr. Suarez mentioned something about maximum occupancy. Do we have anything we can do on that?
We have an ordinance in the LDRs that's prospective, that applies, and Commissioner Fernandez actually just asked me this question, that applies prospectively to new developments. I'm not sure when the project Mr. Suarez referenced was approved. We'd have to look and see if
it was approved prior to, and I had discussed this with Nick. David and I actually talked about this in one of the meetings, and I told him I would discuss with the city attorney whether or not there was a way to retroactively apply occupancy limits. It was determined that we couldn't, that we could only do it prospectively. Casa Sophie, they did get their CO and BTR prior to the inclusion of these occupancy limits. So we were not able to apply those more limited occupancy numbers. Moreover, in order to create an occupancy limit of 2, we would need to further amend the code, and that would definitely be prospective.
Okay, the last topic then is enforcement. And again, we did add some additional headcount dedicated to transient uses as part of code. And I guess what I'd like to just have a brief update on is, how often are we checking and making sure these properties have the supervisor, per the code they're required? Can we do more vis-a-vis to stiffen the penalties? And I'd like to see some reporting on the progress we're making. So that's sort of my going in. I'd love to hear from the administration and then, of course, my colleagues on, frequency of checks, penalties, reporting to see how we're doing.
And I know that Hernan and Tom have been working closely on this, and I believe Hernan is on the Zoom. Maybe he can give us an update on where he stands.
He just raised his hand. Hernan, can you unmute yourself?
Can we bring Hernan in?
Yes.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so a couple of different things on enforcement. You're right. We do have the dedicated short-term and transient rental enforcement team. And so as far as how many times we'd go back and check for the requirements of the ordinance, that's all they're dedicated to. So not only are they physically checking these properties, they're also going online to seeing where they're being advertised. As you all know, we also serve the enforcement arm for the planning department, so any referrals we receive from their office, under the agency rule of law, we'd go there and enforce also.
Thank you for that, Hernan. And as part of these checks, are we specifically checking the requirement that they have an on-site supervisor? And I believe that person could even be doing the work from their apartment, but do we check that specific requirement?
Right. Now that we have the clarification on what that requirement is, yes.
Okay, great. What are the current penalties? If someone's not doing what they're supposed to do, what is it for round 1, round 2? What are our current penalty structure?
I'd have to look that up right now, but for the short-term and transient rental use, illegal use, these cases are scheduled before the special master.
You're talking about fines, Commissioner?
Yes, I'm talking about fines. So, for example, if and I like the answer I'm hearing. We're trying to do this. We're checking if that supervisor's there. If there's no supervisor and that's a violation, how much is that fine?
Hernan, can you address that? Because I think it depends upon if it's a first offense, second offense, or third offense.
Yeah, I don't have that in front of me right now at the moment.
Okay. Hernan, what else? So that's a follow-up. Maybe we can stiffen those. Nick, do you know by chance?
I don't, but
okay.
But I know that it's an LDR violation, and that would go to the special magistrate. And Hernan, you know better than me, but I think the special magistrate can take measures to ensure compliance.
Special what?
Magistrate.
Correct. The special magistrate hears these cases, and just so long with the illegal short-term and transient use cases, which do not have a fine penalty, those are set by the special magistrate also.
Right. So I would, just as a follow-up, I would like to know what they are today, and if there's an opportunity to stiffen them. My last question, and I would pose this to the city administration, and then maybe with some help from my colleagues. What else can we do more and better to enhance enforcement of this critical issue? What do you all need? What else could we do different?
Well, if I could
chime in on that real quick, we're going to be doing a deeper dive on that. I think it's an agenda item for the neighborhoods committee. We're also going to work on getting the LTC out on what the dedicated enforcement team has been accomplishing since enactment.
One of the things that I think Panama City Beach did, and I looked to them a lot because they dealt with this issue. Earlier this week we were talking about the rollback for the month of March. That the idea didn't come from me. The idea came from Panama City, that they did it when they were dealing with their issues, and they did it quite successfully. And one of the things that Panama City does that I believe has been successful for them has been the issue of decals on the door, on the exterior of like apartment hotels and short-term rental units that exist. And that decal, the purpose of that annual decal is to show the maximum amount of people in that unit. Now, if you're having a party and you send code enforcement, they might not be able to get in, but they may hear 10 voices instead of the 2 voices that may be registered or allowed to be there, or instead of the 4 voices that may be allowed to be there, or a neighbor may observe 6 people going in instead of 4. And so I like, for our city attorney's office, for our code enforcement and our administration, if we could look into that and determine if that is something that we could pursue here, because I would like to see if it would be a good tool for our enforcement of short-term rental and apartment hotel issues. If my colleagues are open to that.
So one of the things we could do is move this other item and then just retain that piece of it here, so that we can. I mean, I think we're going to have a lot more data soon, because effective October 1st, we added new enforcement officers specifically to address these issues, because we knew we had an issue. So I'm hesitant to make a lot more changes until we see what the benefit of that's going to be. I'm sure that we'll have that feedback, but.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, Commissioner Richardson, and I'm on the same page. So if we move the as amended incentives forward, and then we keep the code side of this, because we're having a very, I think, robust discussion, and the things that I'm hearing are around penalties. I think the decal suggestion, I'd like that explored. I think we should, maybe get a recommendation from the administration about some reporting, the number of checks, the frequency of violations. Maybe it's a quarterly LTC. I'll let the administration think about that. Any other ideas? And then as we close, if we're talking about decals, I just want to clarify, what is the max occupancy that the code does allow today?
Most of these buildings, if not all of them, were approved prior to the code amendment that set forth maximum occupancy limits for hotels. And the maximum occupancy is determined by the fire marshal and the building code. It depends upon the size of the unit and the square footage of the unit.
And how many ingress, egress?
And the number of ingress and egress.
But Tom, just for a prototypical, 200-300 foot unit, how many people can they legally have in there?
That's something I'd want to ask Anna and Virgil about before I give you an answer, but I can come back to you.
Yeah, just come back to us with that. And with that, so I think we have agreement to move the item on the incentives forward, keep the enforcement compliance item here. I'll yield to you.
And such an important question, because that is the question that our code enforcement officers need good clarity on when they show up to enforce. And so I'm glad that you asked that question, because that has to be determined.
And
yeah, no problem. I can handle it.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, sure. Okay, so colleagues, is there anything else on this item that needs to be accomplished? And does the administration have clarity on the will of this body?
The only question I had was whether or not you wanted to move forward with or further study the potential for a 4th Street overlay.
And Tom, if I could clarify, you believed that 4th Street overlay went sort of part and parcel with the incentives. Is that accurate?
No, this is more of a long-term strategic element that would address future potential conflicts with the south side of 4th Street versus the north side of 4th Street, because the south side of 4th Street is all RPS 1, 2, and 3 and largely residential, whereas the north side is CPS 2 and does allow short-term rentals legally. So that's why we had come up with that idea as part of an overall long-term strategy.
Okay.
So I would, if it's the will, that we not do that today, but bring that back, because we got a lot left to do.
Sure, I can bring that back when we discuss this again.
Yeah, and so let's keep that on this agenda. So, colleagues, Commissioner Arreola, our chair, asked if I could, so to speak, pick up the ball. He'll be with us shortly. I'm going to take it from the top unless someone has a request for anything out of order.
Do we need to take any action on this?
Did the administration get it?
So on this one, on item number 8, which is the quality of life strategies for dealing with future and existing apartment hotels south of 5th, we are going to move the incentives to the commission for referral, and then we're going to bring everything back. Do you want it to come back? Is April okay, or did you want it to come back earlier?
How do you feel?
I think not earlier. It's definitely because I think we need more. We're going to have more data for her.
April's fine. Let's do April.
April, okay.
Okay, great. So let's take it at the top, colleagues. Number 1, Collins Ave, MXE zoning amendment, building height, and the mayor is the sponsor. Can someone introduce the item?
Sure, I can take this, Mr. Vice Chair. This is an ordinance that's attached. That is the last part of a series of referrals from the mayor that came in late 2020, and they were part of an overall strategy to address the Art Deco Cultural District. This particular ordinance pertains to a proposal to modify the height limits on the east side of Collins Avenue from the current height of 50 feet to allow the Historic Preservation Board to approve up to 75 feet and to give the Historic Preservation Board the ability to approve multi-story additions. Originally, this was referred as a proposal for hotels only meeting certain benchmarks. The sponsor has requested that we also include residences and offices as being an allowable use to take advantage of this proposed height increase. The reason it's only proposed on the east side of Collins Avenue is to take the pressure off of any future desires to add more height to Ocean Drive, because the height could be on the east side of Collins Avenue overlooking Ocean Drive. And number 2, to incentivize potential alleyway connections so as to further ensure the retention and protection of the lower scale buildings along Ocean Drive. Because of the requirement for Historic Preservation Board approval, we believe that there are enough safeguards in this to ensure that any future potential increase in height will not have negative impacts. This was a dual referral to both the Land Use Committee and to the Planning Board, and the sponsor has requested that the Land Use Committee move this forward because he'd like it to come back to the Commission for first reading, and it does need your it does need a recommendation. Even if you're not in favor of it, the sponsor has indicated that he would like it to move forward, go to the Planning Board, and come back to the Commission.
So just to clarify, Tom, it has not yet gone to the Planning Board. It's waiting on action here to make that journey?
That's correct.
I got you. And does the administration have a recommendation one way or the other on this?
We're supportive of it. We drafted it. It actually it came from our recommendation.
Commissioner Richardson.
I'm going to go with your recommendation, and so I'm going to move the item.
I'm going to second it. I think we need change in that area. I'm comfortable having the Historic Preservation Board. Commissioner Fernandez, did you want to weigh in at all, or?
So the Historic Preservation Board would be looking at these multi-story additions before they get approved.
Correct.
Okay, and so to that extent, it would be kind of like on a case-by-case basis where each one of these applications are looked at independently.
Correct.
Okay, and I'll tell you, we need economic activity there. We need, a lot of times as a government, we talk about positive activation. For example, during spring break, we're going to be doing positive activation, but the positive activation I want to see is private industry coming in and injecting investment in this area, revitalizing it because it's needed desperately. In fact, I don't know if in the future somehow we could build into this that with this height, maybe some people would agree to remove hotel rooms, but maybe that's something that in the legislative process, as this moves through the boards, we could look at. But it's clear that to make this area economically viable, we need to be looking at incentives like this. Because we've tried the punitive route, we've tried enforcement on these properties for how long, and that has gotten us to where we are now. And I think this is right now moving in the right direction.
Yeah, and I think your comment about the number of rooms and things that we might think as part of the legislative process is very constructive, and we should have that conversation.
Remove rooms, it would be great if somehow along the way we could look at the possibility. I don't want to hurt this, so if it's going to hurt this, I don't want to explore it, but if we can reduce the amount of transient spaces we have, with some of what is being proposed here with these multi-story rooftop additions, then I think it would be even a bigger win-win for our community.
We could do that if that's the will of the commission, to include a prohibition on short-term rentals as part of these increased height.
Yes, I would like us to explore that. I don't know how my colleagues feel about that.
I would be supportive. So, Tom, just for the chairs and everyone's benefit, could you just restate that last point on number 1? We've moved the item, and Commissioner Fernandez proffered an idea. Could you just restate it?
Yes, that would be for those applications that seek to take advantage of this additional height, that they would agree not to have any short-term rentals if it's a residential project. So actually, you know what? We already have it in there. And
excellent.
That was actually a request of the sponsor. The sponsor wanted that in there. So, thank you.
Okay. I'm sorry, Tom. So with the short-term rentals, that's great. And then, is there anything we can do? We have a lot of these hotels with a lot of rooms and a very intense activity. Is there anything as part of to avail yourself of this height you might?
Yes, we have very specific benchmarks to significantly upgrade hotel operations. That was actually the genesis of this.
And I want to see more live and work in this area. That's very important. And so to the extent that we can encourage that as part of this, it'll be great.
So, Mr. Chair, we're about to pass and move number 1 to the full commission, unless you have anything to add.
No, I was generally supportive of this.
Good. I'll hand the gavel back to you. I think we're at item 2, your item about Collins Park.
Great. I'll introduce this, Tom, if you want to help out. So this came to me, and I don't know if Ray Breslin is watching. If you are, Ray, I would love to have you dial in, which is basically, we all know the Collins Park Arts neighborhood, and the request, my request here, at the request of some others, is to extend the footprint of the arts overlay. How many blocks south? 1 block south?
It would basically create 2 additional properties fronting 17th Street.
Yeah. So what happened on this one, and I'll just tell you the background. Casa Tua, we all know Casa Tua. They've been a good neighbor for their entire existence, 15 plus years. As part of their operations, they have karaoke night, they have a DJ. Never bother anybody, but under our ridiculous city code, that's considered live entertainment, right? So so is stand-up comedy, so is spoken word poetry, so is actually pantomime. Okay, that's live entertainment. Anyway, so they got written up because they had a DJ, even though they've had a DJ for 15 years, and if the overlay, the Collins Park overlay, which does allow live entertainment at their request, were to be extended, then they would be in compliance with the ordinance that allows for live entertainment. So I said, sure. I mean, I don't see the harm in doing this. So that's really what drove this. And basically, we're just taking the Collins Park arts overlay, which allows for live entertainment, which actively promotes it and wants it, just to include this property. That's the background.
And Commissioner, if I could just add, the other thing that the ordinance does is it cleans up the language to also allow the planning board to consider a conditional use application for indoor entertainment. We had missed that when the overlay was drafted last time. Ironically, the overlay allows outdoor entertainment to be considered for conditional use approval. This would allow indoor entertainment, which is actually less impactful. The other thing that it does is it creates an allowance for certain types of cultural and museum uses, such as art galleries, to be an accessory use to residential apartments. Currently, under RM2 zoning, there are only a very limited number of accessory uses that are permitted, and there has been some apartment buildings within that Collins Park overlay that have sought to do galleries as an accessory use, which everybody thinks would be a great idea. This tweak to the code would allow that to happen.
If I may, Mr. Chair, I just wonder, why would we have ever prohibited that? Is it because of the activation is not as active? I'm just trying to understand why.
Why would we prohibit live entertainment?
Well, that's.
Sorry, why would we prohibit live entertainment? Or in Casa Tua, you mean?
No, I'm talking about like the museum uses.
So in the museums, in the Collins Park area, most of the zoning is RM2, which is residential medium intensity. And for apartment uses, the allowable accessory uses are different than hotel uses. So there are a limited number of apartment uses, like the Governor, for example, which is an historic building, that have commercial spaces. But under the code, the only accessory uses permitted are things like a fitness center and a solarium. There's very limited accessory uses permitted in the RM2 district. This would allow for more expanded cultural uses as an accessory use to an apartment building.
Understood. Okay. All right. I'm supportive of it. Anything we can do for more culture.
Yeah, great.
I'm fully supportive.
Yeah. I mean, one thing I think I'm going to take up myself separately is just our definition of live entertainment. I mean, I think we're begging for a First Amendment challenge, and we will lose probably on summary judgment, in my opinion. It was overbroad. I mean, I understand the intent, and I support it. Like, we're afraid of having live rock and roll bands in a bar in a neighborhood, so yes. But, you know, and I've confirmed this with our city attorney previously with Raul, and I gave him the hypotheticals. You know, pantomime, it's no spoken word, literally, but it's live entertainment.
Well, I'll tell you one of my favorite things.
A DJ playing music is live entertainment, but if you put it on a stereo and just push play, same volume, same music, not live entertainment. And I'm just against asinine laws because it undermines the credibility of what we're doing. So I'm going to bring that back at some point.
And it helps create the problem.
And it helps create the problem, right? So all of a sudden, code enforcement, you know, is getting blamed for just doing their job, and they did their job. The problem is we've created legislation that on its face just really doesn't make sense.
To your point, one of my favorite restaurants is Casa Juancho on 8th Street. And you go there, part of the experience of going to a Spanish restaurant like that is having the boleros.
Of course.
Know, that go by, you know, so if we really want to be arts and culture, you know, part of culture is fostering this.
100%.
And so we got to be careful how we do it to avoid the unintended consequences, but I don't think you're wrong. I think you're right.
Yeah, you focus on volume, you know, you focus on hours of operation, you know, things like that. But anyway, so we're going to send this to full commission?
Yeah, well, this was a door referral, so
yes.
It's pending a planning board for 2 weeks, so it should be back to you for first reading in March.
Okay, thank you. All right, next up is item number 5. This is Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez. She's not here. Do we want to invite her, or do we want to take this up? She's got a couple here that are hers that I don't know anything about. So, do we want to invite her to come? Do we know anything about this one?
What's our protocol?
This is amendment to automatic stay in the land use regulations to repeal exception permitting an applicant to obtain a building permit while an appeal of the applicant's conditional use permit is pending applications. So,
is she listening? Is she there?
Mr. Chair, if you'd like.
She was on earlier, but I don't see her on now.
I could explain the ordinance, or if you want to continue it and wait.
Unless she dials in, what I'll do, you know, we'll give her a minute and we'll keep going. We could defer her items to the next meeting, and I'll take it at the top of the hour or whenever she can be here for that. If she can't be in person, then zoom in. But I know she has another item here that I do have a strong opinion on that I would prefer if she were here to to present herself. And that's item number 21. Okay, we'll keep moving. If she dials in, then we'll take it up. All right, folks, we have items 10, 11, 13, 14, and 17.
Are there any of these items that can be deferred since it's almost 2 o'clock?
Yeah, I've got 15 minutes, and I got to go pick up my son.
I know some of these are Commissioner Minor's items, Mr. Chair. I don't know if he is called in or wants to participate in these or not. I had emailed him beforehand to see if he wanted to defer these. I didn't hear back from him, so that's why we left them on the agenda.
Okay. We'll do the same thing with him for Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez then.
Okay.
Commissioner Minor?
I'm here if you wanted to introduce them quickly,
hey,
Tom.
All right.
But I'm also...
All right, Steve.
But I'm also okay deferring it if you sound like you're short on time. I'm okay deferring.
If it's not timely, could we ask you to defer it?
We would love that, Commissioner.
Is that okay? Is it timely for you, or can we defer it to the next meeting?
We can defer.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, in the spirit of deferrals, does the administration or the city attorney believe 11 or 13 are time sensitive in any way?
No.
Okay, then I would offer to defer those as well.
And then Commissioner Fernandez, you have item 17. I have a few minutes if you want to.
You know, I'll defer that too. I think that's probably more lengthy.
Is it lengthy?
Probably.
Okay. And then we deferred all of Commissioner Minor's, which were number 14 and 10.
We did 18.
Number 20 we did not do. Right? That's yours, Commissioner Fernandez. And we're going to defer 21 because that's Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez. Do you think we can do this? Or
yeah, I think this should be rather...
I was interested in this, so...
Rather simple.
And Commissioner Fernandez, there is a person from the Asset Management, Property Management Department that's on Zoom who can answer any questions regarding the design guidelines for city buildings, mainly internal, the interior of city buildings. If there's any questions, he's available.
In general, and thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the planning director for that. What I wanted to bring up is the aesthetics of the buildings that we construct when we're investing our tax dollars into building them. You know, I know there's mixed opinions about the North Beach garage and pool. You know, but that's going to end up being a beautiful facility that I hope will be iconic to North Beach. I remember back when this city was discussing the Zaha Hadid garage in Collins Park and the missed opportunity that we had of not just building a garage, and nothing, I mean, this by no means is an opinion saying that the current garage is not beautiful, because it is a beautiful building, especially when you see it at night lit up. But we missed an opportunity to have a building that was art. And, you know, going back to another difficult issue for our community, the fire station number 1. You know, the fact that we're building a fire station doesn't mean that we cannot build a beautiful building. A building that on its exterior, on its envelope, ends up being a jewel for the community. And I talk a lot about glass boxes and glass and concrete. And, you know, what individuals do with their homes, you know, that's their home. You know, and if it passes the regulatory process and the approval of the boards, well, it is what it is. We can't dictate that. But as it relates to how we invest the taxpayers' money, I would love to see more artistic designs that will live the test of time, that 60 years from now, there'll be residents fighting to preserve these buildings. And quite frankly, I don't know if anyone's going to be fighting to preserve any of the buildings we're approving lately, besides maybe you know, what we've just approved in North Beach. And so that's what I wanted to bring forward. How do we create design guidelines so that the buildings that we create are beautiful, are artistic, are beautiful to walk by, are not cold, and that the community will be proud to have that city-owned building in their communities?
Yeah, Yeah, so I love the idea as well. So the question is, how do we do that? Has that been done in other communities? Is there anything that we can look at as a model, or what does staff think?
So, in my experience, the best way to do that is illegal.
Is what?
It's illegal because you basically...
How is that? I'm sorry, through the chair. Mr. Director.
Well, when I say that, it's a little tongue-in-cheek. If you could mandate who the architect is, that would solve 99% of the problems that you have with bad buildings, because in my experience, the architect makes the biggest difference in the world. Now, with that said, I think that there are things that we can do to raise the bar in terms of design, which I think that's what Commissioner Fernandez is alluding to, is how do we raise that bar even further. Currently, we have a fairly rigorous design review and certificate of appropriateness process that includes city buildings. So if you want to do a new city building, you do have to go through our design review or historic preservation board process. And I think the question becomes, how do you create a set of standards for those boards to follow that can be utilized by staff at the very beginning in terms of, and when I say staff, planning staff, CIP staff, all of the relevant city departments that are going to be the owner of that new building. How do they start to incorporate that higher level of design aesthetic at the very beginning of the process, so that it evolves into something that when it gets to the board, it already is at that very high level. And so it could be something that is sort of a combination of standards for the RFP process, if one is required. It could be a set of standards that is required for municipal infrastructure projects. So I think that there's certain things that we could do to elevate that.
I think if you could come forward with a memo detailing those recommendations, I would like us to see us adopt some of these as policies. I want to see less square boxes. I look at the Wilsonia, for example. The Wilsonia is nothing more than a self-storage facility, is what it was originally, but they made the outside of it beautiful. You look at it, you can tell it's a box, but the outside of this box is a beautiful box. And the idea came to me and my great disappointment with the design for the fire station. And yeah, if I were those neighbors around there, I'd be objecting too. I wouldn't want that box next to me. I can't blame them. Shame on us for not providing them with a more beautiful building, because how are we going to win the community over when we have to put these facilities to provide essential services, but we can make them beautiful? So let's develop some recommendations, please, to bring back to the body of how from our internal process to the procurement process and through the entire process, we can ensure that from the get-go, we're putting out the right criteria to attract architects that are going to deliver more beautiful end products for our community.
Let me ask a question. You're talking about the new fire station you're talking about?
My personal opinion is that
it hasn't been fully designed, has it?
It's still pending at the Historic Preservation Board, but the design is substantially completed.
But it can still be tweaked and we can still make comments to it, no?
Yep.
That'd be great if we could find ways to enhancing the exterior of that building. I've always thought,
especially just the exterior. I mean, these are cosmetic things, I mean, look, Art Deco is not a whole lot more than some follies, right? Some little really cheap, and the buildings were built fairly cheap.
Yeah.
But in order to dress them up, they put these little follies on them. And they look really nice.
They did it back then. Why can't we do it now?
Well, it's a lack of imagination, generally speaking, and certainly in the part of governments, right? They don't like to venture out and try things that are creative, generally. But we should definitely,
I think of St. Petersburg.
Tell our team that we want you to be creative and stretch the envelope a little bit.
I think of St. Petersburg in the train stations. Horrible. I forget which city. I forget which cities I've been to, and then when I go to reference them, I'm start mixing cities. But the train stations, you go through the train stations, and it's like they purposefully made it beautiful so that people would use the train stations. And here I always felt that the 6th Street Fire Station could be. is it going to, is the community upset about it? Yes, but can it also be a catalyst for 6th Street and bring walkability and more activity there?
With
Absolutely.
landscaping, lighting, color, and then just a little bit of cosmetic enhancements. First of all, it doesn't do anything budgetarily, but should we give direction? What would be the action for that? I didn't know that creative input wasn't being solicited. Should we direct the Historic Preservation Board that at least land use has asked that they make an effort to?
Well, when these projects get to the DRB and the HPB, they will always look at these projects pursuant to the design review and HPB criteria. And Commissioner Fernandez, correct me if I'm wrong, I think what you're looking for is to raise that bar before it gets to those boards.
Because then it's too late. By the time it gets to them, it's too late. And we miss the opportunity to deliver something that could be beautiful and long-standing, testing the test of time.
100%.
Or living, whatever, passing the test of time.
Yeah, 100%.
So let me ask though, because I don't think that specific issue is here. I'm not sure we can do it, even though I think we all want to do it. So what would be the way to do it for Commissioner Fernandez to bring an item to the next commission meeting with an urging to consider all these things in the final design?
That, or we could look at some ways that we could begin to implement concepts like this as part of the initial design phase of both RFPs, RFQs.
No, we're going to do that. I think we're going to do that, and I think that you want to keep that in committee, and we're going to work on that, right? Is that what I heard?
Yes, I believe so. Can you repeat that just to make
sure? No, so the general concept of coming up with more creative ways that we can, I guess, make our buildings more attractive and time preserved or whatever, we're going to work on that as a general. Yes. And I think you want to keep that here so we can work on it, right?
Right. And then what is the action item that I would be
But I think on the fire station thing, which I think we all agree on, since that's not part of the item, I don't know, if you can find a better way to do it, it seems to me that it has to be an item before the commission and do an urging to somebody on that item. But if we can do it here, I think we all want to.
I'd like to do what Commissioner Richardson is saying about the fire station. If we keep the other part of it, just in general, the general discussion about how we can make the buildings we're constructing more beautiful in general, we can keep it here. Meanwhile, we can continue moving it forward. Just because we are investing a lot of public dollars right now, we have the general obligation fund that every day we're working at this, and as they're working, I want to make sure that they take this into consideration in anything that they're designing or might be putting out for competitive solicitation. It sounds to me that we miss the opportunity because the opportunity starts with a selection of the architect. And that perhaps criteria, this is what I'm gathering, that criteria, the right criteria has to be put in place so that even from that point, from the selection of the architect, we're mindful of these design issues. So I'll keep it, I'm happy keeping it here. Meanwhile, we can move it and it doesn't stall here.
Yep. Mr. Chair, if I could. So I'm 100% comfortable. I think that makes sense. We'll have that discussion here. And if, Commissioner, if you want to just drive that, that's great. But maybe just procedurally, Nick, is there any reason we couldn't express sentiment from the board? It seems related. Could we do that?
You can definitely express sentiment. My only concern would be that there's a design before the HPB, but you can absolutely express sentiment. Yeah.
Okay. I'd like to express that sentiment.
Me too.
Yeah, and if you'd like to, Commissioner Fernandez, it was your idea, put something on consent, the whole body consent, just urging HPB.
Absolutely. And thank you, colleagues, for your suggestion on this.
I didn't realize the fire station was actually that close to final.
Yeah, I believe they're going March 8th. And if it is approved March 8th by the HPB, that would be it does need to come back to the City Commission for the demolition approval, but I believe that in terms of the design, that is the last stage of the design process is the HPB on March 8th.
But we control it, so
true. It's your building, so yeah.
Right.
To the extent you wanted to see changes,
since we it says we control it. But what we will need will be some professional, and I guess the architect of record can work on some ideas for us.
Yeah, they could even make a presentation to the commission to give you an idea of what the changes that they've made pursuant to the direction of the HPD.
We're not going to change the function, the size, or anything, but just enhance the beauty. And I would say, and you can include this in your landscaping, lighting, cosmetic, just so that it's not a box.
Purely cosmetic.
Yeah.
Purely cosmetic.
So it's not going to change the budget very much. If
So this item,
even the signage can be artistic, right? Exactly. Fire Station 1, that can be an artistic element.
So this item, Commissioner Fernandez, to develop it, could we bring this back to you in April? Because we want to work with some other city departments on developing this and developing the process.
Of course, yes.
Okay.
Love it. Great. Awesome. That's an exciting way.
That's a good motion. Well done, Mr. Chair. Good to have you, Commissioner Fernandez.
See everybody.
Thank you, staff.
Weekend. Looks like Russia's going to be invading Ukraine.